The monsters that haunt our nightmares aren't always the ones plastered across headlines or turned into Hollywood films. Sometimes the most terrifying killers are the ones history forgot, the predators who slipped through the cracks of public memory, leaving behind nothing but unmarked graves and unanswered questions. In a small farming town outside Bakersfield, California, in 1967, neighbors started whispering about the Hendricks family, not because they were loud or caused trouble, but because they were too quiet. The mail piled up for weeks, newspapers yellowed on the front porch, and the smell that started drifting from their property made people cross the street. When police finally broke down the door, they found 7 bodies in various stages of decomposition, all bearing the same signature wounds. Deep, precise cuts that seemed almost surgical in their execution. The man responsible was sitting calmly in the kitchen, reading a cookbook. His name was Raymond Dale Morrison, a 34-year-old drifter who had been staying with the family for 3 months. He didn't run when the officers entered. He didn't resist when they cuffed him. He simply looked up from his book and said, "I was wondering when you'd get here. I've been practicing." Morrison had turned the Hendricks basement into what investigators would later describe as a laboratory. Surgical instruments hung neatly from hooks, body parts were cataloged and stored in glass jars, and detailed notes covered every surface. He had been dissecting his victims while they were still alive, studying their reactions, documenting how long each one survived. The cookbook he was reading when they found him wasn't for food. It contained his own handwritten recipes for preserving human tissue. During his confession, Morrison revealed he had been moving from town to town for over a decade, always targeting isolated families, always staying just long enough to study his subjects before disappearing. He claimed to have killed 43 people across 7 states, though investigators could only confirm 19. He spoke about his crimes like a scientist discussing research, clinical and detached. When asked why he did it, he simply said, "I wanted to understand how we work on the inside." Morrison was sentenced to death, but died in his cell 3 days before his execution, apparently from a heart attack. The coroner found no signs of foul play, but fellow inmates whispered that he had somehow stopped his own heart, maintaining control until the very end. His detailed notes were sealed by the FBI and have never been released to the public. Some say they're still studying them, trying to understand the methodical madness that drove him to treat human beings like laboratory specimens. What made Morrison particularly chilling wasn't just his clinical approach to murder, but his ability to blend in. Neighbors described him as helpful, quiet, the kind of man who would offer to fix your fence or help carry groceries. He attended church services, volunteered at local events, and never raised suspicion. For months at a time, he would live normally among his future victims, earning their trust before revealing his true nature. The families he destroyed had welcomed him into their homes, shared meals with him, treated him like one of their own. But Morrison was just the beginning. 3 states away, in the dense forests of Oregon, another predator was perfecting his craft in ways that would make Morrison's clinical approach seem almost merciful. The Pacific Northwest in the early 1970s was the perfect hunting ground for someone who understood the wilderness. Thick forests, winding trails, and countless places where a person could vanish without a trace. Local rangers started noticing patterns. Hikers would go missing on clear days with perfect weather. Experienced outdoorsmen would disappear on familiar trails. Search parties would find abandoned campsites with all belongings intact, as if people had simply evaporated. What they didn't know was that someone was watching from the tree line, someone who had turned hunting humans into an art form. His name was Marcus Vale, and for 6 years he stalked the forests of Oregon and Northern California like a ghost. Vale wasn't interested in quick kills or easy targets. He wanted the challenge, the thrill of hunting people who thought they were safe in nature's embrace. Vale had grown up in these woods, the son of a logging family who knew every trail and hidden valley for hundreds of miles. He was an expert tracker, a skilled marksman, and completely invisible when he wanted to be. But somewhere in his twisted mind, hunting animals had stopped being enough. He needed something that could think, something that would fight back, something that would give him the ultimate challenge. His method was terrifyingly simple. He would stalk hikers for days, sometimes weeks, learning their routines and habits. When they made camp, he would watch from the darkness, studying their movements. Then, when they were most vulnerable, usually just before dawn, he would strike, not to kill, but to wound. A shot through the leg, an arrow in the shoulder, something that would disable but not immediately end the hunt. Then the real game would begin. Vale would give his victims a head start, sometimes even medical supplies to keep them alive longer. He wanted them to run, to hide, to use every survival instinct they possessed, because for Vale, the fear was the point. The desperation in their eyes when they realized they were being hunted, the way they would jump at every snapping twig, every bird call, every shadow that moved wrong. Some lasted hours, others, the ones who really knew the wilderness, lasted days. Vale would track them methodically, leaving signs of his presence just close enough to keep them terrified but never close enough to end it quickly. He would leave water just out of reach, food that was poisoned or spoiled, false trails that led deeper into the wilderness. He was playing with them, savoring their terror like fine wine. When he finally caught them, and he always caught them, Vale would take trophies, not body parts or belongings, but photographs, hundreds of Polaroids showing his victims in their final moments, faces twisted with exhaustion and fear. He kept them in a waterproof case buried near his cabin, organized by date and location like a sick photo album. The killing spree might have continued indefinitely, if not for pure chance. In September 1978, a forest fire forced Vale to evacuate his cabin quickly. In his haste, he left behind a wooden box containing maps marked with dozens of locations, detailed hunting plans, and most damning of all, a journal describing each hunt in vivid detail. Firefighters who found the cabin turned the evidence over to police, who immediately recognized what they were looking at. A massive manhunt began, but Vale had vanished into the wilderness he knew better than anyone. For 3 months, search teams combed the forests, while he remained one step ahead, taunting them with notes left on trees and rocks. In his final message, carved into a massive oak tree, he wrote, "The greatest predator always knows when to disappear." Vale was never found. Some say he died in those woods, finally claimed by the wilderness he had turned into his personal hunting preserve. Others believe He simply walked away, perhaps continuing his twisted games in some other remote corner of the country. What's certain is that after his disappearance, the mysterious vanishings in Oregon's forests stopped completely. The woods became safe again, but those who knew the truth never looked at the tree line quite the same way. The case files on both Morrison and Vale were quietly buried in FBI archives, deemed too disturbing for public consumption. But their methods, their patience, their ability to hide in plain sight set a template that other predators would follow. In small towns across America, in places where people still left their doors unlocked and trusted strangers, new monsters were learning from their examples. In the industrial wasteland of Gary, Indiana, during the late 1970s, something far worse was taking shape. A man who would make Morrison's clinical detachment and Vale's hunting games look almost quaint by comparison, because while those killers had targeted strangers, this new predator understood that the most devastating wounds come from those we trust most. His name was Vincent Marsh, and he had discovered something that would fuel a killing spree unlike anything law enforcement had ever encountered. He had learned how to weaponize love itself, how to turn the deepest human need for connection into a trap that no one could escape. In the abandoned factories and empty lots of a dying city, Marsh was about to prove that the most dangerous predators aren't the ones who hunt in darkness. They're the ones who convince you to walk into it willingly. The pattern started small, almost invisible among the urban decay that had already claimed so much of Gary. Missing person reports filed and forgotten assumed runaways or victims of the city's epidemic of violence and drugs. But these disappearances were different. The missing weren't street kids or addicts. They were people with families, jobs, futures, people who had everything to live for until they met Vincent Marsh. Marsh understood something fundamental about human psychology that most killers missed entirely. People don't just want to be loved, they need to be understood. They crave someone who sees past their facade, who appreciates their hidden depths, who makes them feel special and chosen. And Marsh had perfected the art of becoming exactly what each victim needed him to be. He was a chameleon of personalities, shifting his entire identity to match whoever he was pursuing. For the lonely secretary, he became the sensitive artist who appreciated her hidden poetry. For the divorced father, he became the understanding friend who knew exactly what it felt like to lose everything. For the college student questioning her future, he became the wise mentor with all the answers she was seeking. Marsh didn't meet his victims in dark alleys or isolated locations. He found them in bookstores, coffee shops, support groups, places where vulnerable people gathered seeking connection. He would spend weeks studying potential targets, learning their routines, their fears, their deepest desires. He read the books they read, listened to the music they loved, even adopted their political views and spiritual beliefs. By the time he made contact, he had become their perfect match. The grooming process was masterful in its subtlety. Marsh never rushed. He would bump into them accidentally at their favorite cafe, strike up conversations about shared interests, gradually become a fixture in their daily lives. He was patient and understanding, always available when they needed someone to talk to. He remembered every detail they shared, reflected their own thoughts back to them in ways that made them feel truly seen for the first time in their lives. Sarah Martinez was the first confirmed victim whose pattern investigators would eventually recognize. A 28-year-old social worker struggling with depression after her mother's death. She had been attending grief counseling sessions where Marsh began appearing as a fellow mourner. He shared fabricated stories about losing his own family, mirroring her pain so perfectly that she felt an instant connection. Within months, she had isolated herself from friends and family, convinced that only Vincent truly understood her suffering. The transformation was gradual but complete. Sarah stopped returning calls from concerned relatives, quit her job, and moved in with Marsh to a secluded house on the outskirts of Gary. Neighbors occasionally saw her in the yard, but she appeared withdrawn, almost ghost like. When her sister finally convinced police to do a wellness check 6 months later, they found the house empty except for Sarah's personal belongings and a single note in her handwriting that read, "I finally found where I belong." Sarah's body was never found, but investigators would later discover that Marsh had used this same house with at least 7 other victims. Each time, the pattern was identical: isolation, dependency, then complete disappearance. The house itself became his killing ground, though how he disposed of the bodies remained a mystery that haunts investigators to this day. What made Marsh particularly dangerous was his understanding of trauma bonding. He didn't just manipulate his victims, he genuinely made them feel rescued. He positioned himself as their savior from loneliness, their protector from a world that didn't understand them. By the time they realized the trap, they were so emotionally dependent that escape felt impossible. Some of his later victims actually defended him to concerned family members, insisting that people were trying to destroy the only real love they had ever known. The investigation that finally brought Marsh down began with a survivor. Linda Kowalski, a 35-year-old librarian, had fallen completely under his spell but managed to escape during a moment when his mask slipped. She witnessed him in a rage so violent and uncontrolled that it shattered the illusion of the gentle, understanding man she thought she knew. In that moment of clarity, she understood that she wasn't his girlfriend or his soulmate. She was his prisoner. Linda's testimony revealed the full scope of Marsh's operation. He kept detailed journals about each victim, analyzing their psychological weaknesses like a scientist studying lab rats. He documented which manipulation techniques worked best on different personality types, which traumas made people most vulnerable, how long it took to completely break someone's will. Reading his notes was like looking into the mind of someone who had turned emotional abuse into a precise science. When police raided the Gary house, they found evidence of at least 12 victims spanning nearly 4 years. Personal items, identification documents, even audio recordings of his victims' final days. But Marsh himself was gone, vanished as completely as his victims. A neighbor reported seeing him load boxes into a van 3 days before the raid, as if he had somehow known what was coming. Unlike the clinical Morrison or the wilderness hunting Vale, Marsh had learned to kill without ever laying a violent hand on his victims. He destroyed them from the inside out, convinced them that death was preferable to life without him, then helped them make that final choice. It was murder by psychological manipulation, and it left no physical evidence, no crime scene, no traditional proof of homicide. The FBI classified Marsh as a psychological serial killer, a new category they created specifically for predators who weaponized emotional manipulation. His case files became required reading at Quantico, studied by profilers trying to understand how someone could commit murder without technically committing murder. The techniques he perfected would later be recognized in other cases across the country, suggesting that his methods had spread far beyond Gary, Indiana. But even as law enforcement was beginning to understand predators like Marsh, an entirely different kind of monster was emerging in the American Southwest. Someone who had taken the concept of invisible killing to its logical extreme, turning entire communities into unwitting accomplices in his crimes. In the sprawling suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona, Dr. Michael Brennan had discovered the perfect cover for serial murder. As a respected emergency room physician at one of the city's busiest hospitals, he had access to vulnerable patients, controlled substances, and most importantly, the absolute trust of everyone around him. Who would suspect a man who had dedicated his life to saving others of systematically ending lives instead? Brennan's killing spree began in 1981 and continued undetected for nearly 8 years. His method was so sophisticated, so perfectly disguised as medical misfortune, that even other doctors never suspected foul play. He targeted patients who were already critically ill, people whose deaths would seem natural and expected. A slight miscalculation in medication dosage here, a delayed response to a code blue there, small actions that meant the difference between life and death. But Brennan wasn't content with simply letting patients die. He had developed a fascination with the exact moment of death, the transition from life to nothingness. He would position himself to be alone with victims in their final moments, studying their faces, timing their last breaths, sometimes even speaking to them as consciousness faded. To him, each death was a private performance, and he was both the director and the only member of the audience. The selection process was methodical. Brennan preferred patients who were alone, people whose deaths wouldn't generate too much scrutiny or emotional outpouring. Homeless individuals, elderly patients, estranged from family, people whose passing would be mourned by few. He kept detailed notes in a personal journal disguised as medical research, documenting each victim's final moments with scientific precision. What made Brennan's crimes particularly chilling was how easily they were overlooked. Hospital deaths were common, expected even. Families grieving lost loved ones rarely questioned the medical explanations they were given. The very institution meant to preserve life had become his perfect hunting ground, and his position of trust made him virtually untouchable. The pattern might never have been discovered if not for nurse Patricia Webb, who began noticing statistical anomalies in patient outcomes during Brennan's shifts. Over several months, she documented a significantly higher mortality rate when he was working, particularly among patients who should have recovered from their conditions. When she brought her concerns to hospital administration, they initially dismissed her observations as coincidence. But Patricia persisted, quietly gathering evidence and comparing mortality statistics. She discovered that over a 7-year period, more than 60 patients had died unexpectedly during Brennan's shifts, far exceeding normal statistical expectations. Armed with this data, she approached the police, who launched a covert investigation into the respected physician. The investigation revealed the full scope of Brennan's crimes. Hidden cameras installed in patient rooms captured him administering unauthorized medications to unconscious patients. His personal journal, found during a search of his home, contained detailed descriptions of each murder, written with the clinical detachment of a medical researcher documenting experimental results. When confronted with the evidence, Brennan showed no remorse, no recognition that he had done anything wrong. He spoke about his victims' subjects, referring as if they had been test deaths as valuable to their contributions to his understanding of human mortality. In his twisted worldview, he had been conducting important research, and the lives he ended were simply the cost of scientific progress. The trial revealed that Brennan had killed at least 43 patients over 8 years, though investigators suspected the true number was much higher. Many of his early victims had been cremated or buried before the investigation began, destroying any physical evidence of foul play. The hospital where he worked faced massive lawsuits and eventually closed, unable to recover from the scandal. Brennan was sentenced to death, but died in prison before his execution could be carried out. Prison officials reported that he had suffered a heart attack, though some wondered if the man who had spent years studying death had somehow orchestrated his own final moment. His medical license was posthumously revoked, and new protocols were implemented in hospitals nationwide to prevent similar crimes. Yet, even as the medical community grappled with the horror of a healer turned killer, another predator was already perfecting an even more insidious approach to mass murder. In the quiet college town of Cedar Falls, Iowa, someone had discovered how to kill on an industrial scale while maintaining complete invisibility. The autumn of 1989 brought an unusually high number of tragic accidents to the University of Northern Iowa campus. Students fell down stairwells, slipped in showers, suffered fatal allergic reactions to common foods. Each incident was investigated and deemed accidental, but the frequency was beginning to concern campus officials. What they didn't realize was that every single death was carefully orchestrated by someone with unlimited access to student housing and an intimate knowledge of each victim's daily routines. The man responsible was David Chen, a 23-year-old graduate student working as a resident advisor in 3 different dormitories. To everyone who knew him, Chen was the perfect RA. He was helpful, responsible, and seemed genuinely concerned about student welfare. He organized study groups, mediated roommate disputes, and was always available when students needed someone to talk to. But behind his friendly demeanor, Chen was conducting what he called his social experiment. Chen had developed a twisted fascination with what he termed probability manipulation. He believed he could engineer seemingly random accidents by making tiny adjustments to people's environments. A loose carpet on a stairwell here, a slightly wet bathroom floor there, switching someone's allergy medication with a placebo. To him, each death wasn't murder, but rather a successful manipulation of chance and circumstance. His selection process was based on what he saw as statistical optimization. Chen chose victims who lived alone, had few close friends on campus, and whose deaths would generate minimal investigation. He studied their routines obsessively, noting when they showered, which stairs they used, what foods they ate. His room was filled with charts and graphs tracking student movements, like a military operation. The breakthrough in the case came when Chen made a critical error. Jenny Morrison, a 20-year-old psychology major, survived what should have been a fatal fall down a dormitory stairwell. While recovering in the hospital, she mentioned to investigators that David Chen had been unusually interested in her daily schedule, asking detailed questions about her class times and study habits. When police checked the stairwell, they found evidence that the carpet had been deliberately loosened. A search of Chen's room revealed the full extent of his activities: detailed floor plans of every dormitory, schedules of dozens of students, and a journal filled with calculations about accident probabilities. Most disturbing was his collection of newspaper clippings about each victim, carefully preserved like trophies. He had even attended several of the funerals, sitting in the back and taking notes about the grieving process. During interrogation, Chen showed no emotional response to the charges against him. He spoke about his victims like variables in an equation, expressing frustration that some of his experiments had failed to produce the desired outcome. When asked why he had killed innocent students, he simply replied that he was testing whether free will was real or if human behavior was entirely predictable. Chin was convicted of 7 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. The University of Northern Iowa implemented extensive safety protocols and psychological the damage was done, parents screening for all student housing staff. But across the country began questioning whether their children were truly safe in environments they had always considered protected. The Chen case marked a turning point in how law enforcement approached seemingly accidental deaths on college campuses. What had once been dismissed as tragic coincidences were now scrutinized for signs of deliberate manipulation. Training programs were developed to help investigators recognize the subtle signs of engineered accidents, and new forensic techniques were created specifically to detect environmental tampering. But while authorities were learning to identify predators like Chen, an even more sophisticated killer was emerging in the retirement communities of Florida. Someone who had discovered that the elderly made perfect victims, not just because they were vulnerable, but because their deaths rarely raised suspicion in a demographic where mortality was expected. Margaret Holloway seemed like the ideal caregiver. A 45-year-old nurse with impeccable credentials, she specialized in providing in-home care for wealthy elderly clients in the exclusive retirement communities around Naples, Florida. Her references were spotless, her demeanor professional yet warm, and her clients' families consistently praised her dedication and compassion. What they didn't know was that Holloway had perfected the art of inheritance acceleration. Holloway's method was elegantly simple. She would spend months earning the complete trust of her elderly clients, becoming not just their caregiver, but their confidant and friend. She listened to their stories, remembered their children's names, and provided the emotional support that many of them desperately craved. Once she had established this bond, she would begin subtly suggesting changes to their wills, positioning herself as a deserving beneficiary alongside family members. The killing itself was almost invisible. A slight adjustment to medication dosages, the introduction of drug interactions that would seem medically plausible, or simply withholding critical medications during medical emergencies. Each death appeared to be the natural result of age and illness, and Holloway's grief at losing her beloved clients seemed genuine to everyone who witnessed it. Over 6 years, Holloway inherited money, jewelry, and property from 14 different clients, accumulating a fortune worth over $3 million. She was careful never to be the sole beneficiary, always ensuring that families received substantial inheritances as well. This generosity helped deflect suspicion and made her seem like a caring professional who had earned her clients' gratitude rather than someone who had manipulated vulnerable elderly people. The pattern was discovered by accident when two of Holloway's former clients' children met at a charity event and began comparing notes about their parents' deaths. Both families had been surprised to learn that their parents had left substantial bequests to their caregiver, and both had noticed similar changes in their parents' behavior during Holloway's employment. Their suspicions led to a private investigation that uncovered the full scope of her crimes. When police searched Holloway's home, they found detailed files on dozens of elderly clients, including copies of their wills, family financial information, and psychological profiles noting their emotional vulnerabilities. Most chilling was a handwritten manual she had created titled Trust Building Techniques for End of Life Care, which read like a guidebook for emotional manipulation of the dying. Holloway's trial revealed the calculated nature of her crimes. She had researched the inheritance laws in multiple states, consulted with estate planning attorneys to understand how to maximize her bequests, and even taken courses in grief counseling to better manipulate her victims' emotional states. Her victims' families described feeling violated not just by the murders, but by the realization that their parents' final months had been spent in the care of someone who saw them only as sources of income. The case sent shockwaves through the elder care industry and led to comprehensive background check requirements and financial monitoring protocols for in home caregivers. But Holloway's methods had been so sophisticated that investigators suspected she might have been part of a larger network of predators targeting the elderly wealthy. As law enforcement agencies across the country began sharing information about suspicious deaths in retirement communities, a disturbing pattern emerged. Similar cases were being investigated in Arizona, California, and South Carolina, all involving caregivers who had received unexpected inheritances from multiple clients. The scope of what appeared to be an organized effort to prey on vulnerable, elderly people was far larger than anyone had imagined. But even as authorities worked to uncover this network of elder care predators, a different kind of monster was operating in the American heartland, someone who had found a way to hide mass murder within the chaos of natural disaster response. In the tornado ravaged communities of Oklahoma and Kansas, where entire towns could be wiped off the map in minutes, someone was using the cover of destruction to satisfy an appetite for violence that knew no bounds. The spring of 1999 brought unprecedented tornado activity to the Great Plains, with entire communities reduced to rubble in minutes. But in the aftermath of these natural disasters, another kind of destruction was taking place, one that would remain hidden for years beneath the chaos of emergency response efforts. Thomas Rigby appeared at disaster sites like a guardian angel. A 52-year-old former paramedic with extensive search and rescue training, he would arrive within hours of major tornado strikes, volunteering his services to overwhelmed local authorities. He carried proper credentials, had references from previous disaster responses, and possessed the kind of calm competence that made him invaluable during chaotic emergency situations. What no one realized was that Rigby wasn't there to save lives. He was there to end them. Rigby's method was brutally effective because it exploited the confusion that followed major disasters. In the immediate aftermath of a tornado, accurate casualty counts were impossible. People were displaced, communications were down, and the focus was on finding survivors rather than accounting for the dead. It was the perfect environment for someone who understood how to make people disappear. His targets were always the same: injured survivors trapped in debris who were unlikely to be found quickly by legitimate rescue workers. Rigby would locate them during the initial search phases, often hours before official teams reached the same areas. Instead of calling for help, he would finish what the tornado had started: a pillow pressed over a face, debris shifted to ensure suffocation, or simply walking away and leaving critically injured people to die slowly in places where they wouldn't be found until it was too late. The psychological profile Rigby fit was almost perfect for his crimes. He had been discharged from emergency medical services 5 years earlier after colleagues reported his inappropriate behavior around critically injured patients. There had been whispers about his fascination with death, his tendency to linger too long at accident scenes, but nothing concrete enough to warrant criminal charges. The tornado disasters gave him access to all the death and suffering he craved, with the added benefit of being seen as a hero rather than a predator. Between 1999 and 2003, Rigby responded to 17 major tornado disasters across Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri. Each time, the official death tolls were slightly higher than initial estimates suggested, but this discrepancy was attributed to the chaos and confusion typical of disaster response. Bodies found days later were assumed to be victims who had initially survived but succumbed to their injuries before rescue arrived. The pattern was discovered when a survivor named Maria Santos remembered seeing Rigby near her neighbor's house shortly after a tornado struck their town of Greensburg, Kansas. Santos had been trapped under debris herself, but had a clear view of the destroyed house where elderly Robert Chen was calling for help. She watched Rigby approach Chen, speak with him briefly, then leave without summoning additional help. Chen's body was found 3 days later, officially listed as a tornado fatality. Santos's testimony prompted investigators to review Rigby's involvement in previous disasters. Security footage from emergency command centers showed him consistently volunteering for search assignments in areas where bodies would later be discovered. More damning, his personal logs showed he had been present at the discovery site of 43 tornado victims across multiple states, a statistical impossibility given the random nature of disaster response. When confronted, Rigby initially maintained his innocence, claiming he was being scapegoated for the failures of disaster response systems. But evidence found in his home told a different story: maps marking exact locations where bodies had been found, newspaper clippings about each disaster he had attended, and a detailed journal describing what he called mercy completions. In his twisted logic, he was ending the suffering of people who were going to die anyway. Rigby was convicted of 16 counts of first-degree murder, though investigators believed he had killed many more victims whose deaths were never properly investigated. He was sentenced to death, but died of a stroke while on death row, taking with him the exact locations where some of his victims might still be buried beneath the rebuilt communities of Tornado Alley. His case led to comprehensive background check requirements for disaster volunteers and new protocols for accounting for victims during emergency responses. But the damage was done. Families who had spent years believing their loved ones died as heroes, fighting to survive natural disasters, learned instead that they had been murdered by someone they had trusted to save them. The tornado killer represented something particularly insidious about certain predators, their ability to weaponize our most fundamental assumptions about human decency. In moments of crisis, when communities come together to help one another, the presence of someone who would exploit that trust for murderous purposes seemed almost incomprehensible. But while authorities were still processing the scope of Rigby's crimes, an even more disturbing case was unfolding in the suburbs of Denver, Colorado. Someone had discovered that the most effective way to commit mass murder wasn't through dramatic violence or elaborate schemes, but by quietly poisoning the systems that people depended on for survival. The outbreak began in March 2004 in the affluent suburb of Lakewood. Residents started reporting mysterious illnesses, symptoms that seemed to indicate some kind of environmental contamination. Headaches, nausea, respiratory problems, and in the most severe cases, organ failure and death. The Colorado Department of Health launched an investigation, suspecting everything from industrial pollution to contaminated water supplies. What they eventually discovered was far more sinister. Someone had been systematically introducing industrial toxins into the municipal water system, carefully calculated doses that would cause illness and death while remaining undetectable through standard testing procedures. The perpetrator had intimate knowledge of water treatment processes and access to restricted areas of the facility. James Kellerman was a 38-year-old chemical engineer who had worked for the Lakewood Water Department for over a decade. Colleagues described him as brilliant but increasingly bitter about what he saw as society's disregard for environmental protection. He had become obsessed with the idea that people were too comfortable, too disconnected from the consequences of their lifestyle choices, and needed to experience real fear to change their behavior. Kellerman's plan was methodical and terrifying in its scope. Over 18 months, he gradually introduced various industrial chemicals into the water supply, timing the contamination to coincide with periods when testing was less frequent. He started with compounds that would cause mild illness, studying how the community and authorities responded. When he realized how easy it was to avoid detection, he escalated to more lethal substances. The chemicals he used were particularly insidious because they mimicked the symptoms of common illnesses. People would feel sick, see their doctors, receive treatment for what appeared to be flu or food poisoning, then recover partially before becoming ill again. The pattern was designed to avoid triggering alarm bells about a widespread public health crisis until it was too late to prevent significant casualties. By the time authorities identified the source of contamination, 47 people had died, and over 300 had suffered serious health effects that would plague them for years. Children were particularly vulnerable, with several developing permanent neurological damage from exposure to the toxins. The community's faith in their most basic public services was shattered overnight. Kellerman's journal, discovered during the investigation, revealed the full extent of his delusions. He had convinced himself that he was conducting a necessary experiment in social awareness, forcing people to confront environmental dangers they had been ignoring. He documented each phase of his contamination plan with scientific precision, treating the suffering and death he caused as data points in a larger research project. The trial was complicated by Kellerman's attempts to position himself as an environmental activist rather than a mass murderer. His defense team argued that his actions, while extreme, were motivated by genuine concern for public health and environmental protection. Prosecutors countered that his methods revealed a psychopath who had used environmental ideology to justify his desire to cause suffering. Kellerman was ultimately convicted on 47 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. The Lakewood water system underwent complete overhaul with new security measures and testing protocols that became the model for municipal water systems nationwide. But the psychological damage to the community persisted for years, with many residents unable to trust their tap water despite repeated assurances of safety. The case highlighted a vulnerability that most communities had never considered. While security experts focused on protecting obvious targets like power plants and transportation hubs, the systems that delivered basic necessities like water remained surprisingly accessible to anyone with the right knowledge and credentials. Kellerman had demonstrated that a single individual with the proper access could terrorize an entire community without ever directly confronting a victim. But even as water systems across the country implemented new security measures, another predator was already exploiting a different kind of trust, one that was even more fundamental to community safety. In the rural farming communities of Nebraska, someone had discovered that the most effective disguise for a serial killer wasn't anonymity, but authority itself. Sheriff Deputy Marcus Webb had been protecting the citizens of Custer County, Nebraska, for 8 years when the disappearances began. Young women would vanish from rural roads late at night, their abandoned vehicles found the next morning with no signs of struggle. The cases baffled local law enforcement and eventually drew the attention of state investigators who assumed they were dealing with an outsider preying on isolated communities. What they didn't realize was that the predator was one of their own. Webb had been using his position as a law enforcement officer to gain access to victims, pulling over lone female drivers on deserted highways under the pretense of routine traffic stops. His uniform and badge provided perfect cover, transforming what should have been a terrifying encounter with a stranger into a seemingly safe interaction with local authority. Webb's method was devastatingly effective because it exploited the fundamental trust that exists between citizens and police officers. When he activated his patrol lights and approached a vehicle, victims had no reason to fear for their safety. They would roll down their windows, hand over their identification, and follow his instructions without question. By the time they realized something was wrong, they were already completely under his control. The selection process was carefully planned. Webb would monitor police radio traffic to identify lone female drivers traveling rural routes late at night. He would follow them for miles, learning their patterns and identifying isolated stretches of road where an interaction wouldn't be witnessed or interrupted. His knowledge of local geography and patrol schedules made him essentially invisible to other law enforcement officers. Once he had a victim isolated, Webb would claim to have detected signs of impairment or vehicle problems that required them to exit their car. He would then subdue them with his service weapon and transport them to abandoned farm buildings scattered throughout his patrol area. What happened in those locations was documented in a series of photographs that investigators would later discover hidden in his home. The breakthrough in the case came when Webb made a crucial mistake. Sarah Mitchell, a 23-year-old teacher driving home from a late parent conference, managed to activate her cell phone's emergency recording feature when Webb pulled her over. The recording captured his voice clearly as he gave increasingly inappropriate commands, culminating in explicit threats when she began to resist his instructions. Mitchell's quick thinking saved her life. When she began loudly reciting Webb's badge number and patrol car information into her phone, he realized the encounter was being documented and fled the scene. The recording provided investigators with undeniable evidence of Webb's criminal behavior and launched an immediate internal investigation. A search of Webb's home revealed the full scope of his crimes. Hidden camera equipment, restraints, and most damning, a collection of driver's licenses from women who had been reported missing over the previous 3 years. Each license was carefully preserved in a plastic sleeve, organized by date like a trophy collection. Webb had kept detailed records of each encounter, including maps showing disposal sites throughout the county. During interrogation, Webb showed no remorse for his actions, instead expressing anger at being caught. He complained that his position as a law enforcement officer should have provided him with immunity from investigation, revealing a twisted belief that his badge gave him the right to prey on the citizens he was sworn to protect. His confession ultimately led investigators to the remains of 11 women buried across Custer County. The Webb case sent shockwaves through rural law enforcement agencies nationwide. The idea that a police officer could systematically murder citizens while using his official authority as cover challenged fundamental assumptions about public safety. New protocols were implemented requiring officers to document all traffic stops and report their locations during patrols, but the damage to community trust was immeasurable. Webb was sentenced to death and executed in 2008, but his crimes continued to haunt the communities he had terrorized. Families struggled with the realization that their daughters had been killed by someone they had trusted to keep them safe. The badge that should have represented protection had become a symbol of betrayal, and it would take years for some communities to rebuild their faith in local law enforcement. The case also revealed how predators could exploit the very systems designed to prevent their crimes. Webb had access to police databases, crime scene information, and investigative techniques that made him far more effective than civilian serial killers. His understanding of law enforcement procedures allowed him to avoid detection while continuing his killing spree for years. But while authorities were implementing new safeguards for police departments, another kind of predator was emerging in America's suburbs, someone who had discovered that the most effective hunting ground wasn't isolated highways or abandoned buildings. It was the place where people felt most secure, most protected, most certain that nothing bad could ever happen to them. The Neighborhood Watch program in Millfield, Connecticut, had been a model of suburban safety for over a decade. Residents took turns patrolling their quiet streets, reporting suspicious activity, and maintaining the kind of community vigilance that kept property crime virtually non existent. What they didn't know was that their watch captain, Daniel Morrison, had been using his position to case homes and identify potential victims for crimes that went far beyond simple burglary. Morrison had been elected watch captain 3 consecutive times, praised by neighbors for his dedication to community safety. He organized monthly meetings, coordinated patrol schedules, and maintained detailed records of every incident reported in their subdivision. His meticulous attention to detail and unwavering commitment to neighborhood security made him the kind of neighbor everyone wished they had. But Morrison's real interest wasn't in preventing crime, it was in committing it. His position as watch captain gave him legitimate reasons to walk through the neighborhood at all hours, observe residents' daily routines, and note when homes were vacant. He had keys to several neighbors' houses, ostensibly for emergency situations, and had cultivated relationships with elderly residents who trusted him completely. The murders began in 2006 with what appeared to be a home invasion gone wrong. Elderly widow Margaret Chen was found dead in her living room, apparently killed during a burglary attempt. Morrison was among the first responders, comforting neighbors and organizing additional security measures to prevent similar incidents. His grief and outrage seemed genuine to everyone who witnessed it. Over the following 2 years, 4 more elderly residents died in what police classified as home invasions. Each crime scene was carefully staged to look like random break ins, with valuables scattered and entry points forced from the outside. Morrison continued to serve as the community's primary liaison with law enforcement, providing detailed information about residents' concerns and security vulnerabilities. The pattern was discovered when Morrison made a critical error during his fifth murder. Harold Brennan, an 78-year-old widower, had installed a hidden security camera in his bedroom after becoming paranoid about the recent break ins. The camera captured Morrison entering through the front door with his own key, methodically searching the house, then attacking Brennan with a hammer when the elderly man discovered him in his bedroom. The security footage revealed that Morrison's motive wasn't robbery, it was something far more disturbing. He spent nearly an hour in Brennan's house after the murder, sitting in the man's chair, eating food from his refrigerator, and going through personal photographs and documents. He seemed to be savoring the experience of being in a dead man's home, surrounded by the remnants of a life he had just ended. When investigators searched Morrison's home, they found trophies from each of his victims: jewelry, photographs, personal documents, and small household items that families had assumed were stolen during the break ins. More disturbing was a detailed journal documenting his observations of neighborhood residents, including floor plans of their homes, daily schedules, and assessments of their vulnerability. Morrison's trial revealed the calculated nature of his crimes. He had been planning each murder for months, studying his victims' routines and identifying optimal times to strike. His position as watch captain had given him perfect cover, allowing him to gather intelligence while appearing to be protecting the very people he was planning to kill. The case shattered the sense of security that had defined the Millfield neighborhood for decades. Residents realized that their most trusted neighbor had been systematically murdering the most vulnerable members of their community while positioning himself as their protector. The Neighborhood Watch program was disbanded, and many longtime residents moved away, unable to remain in a place that had been so thoroughly violated. Morrison was sentenced to life without parole, but the psychological damage to the community persisted long after his conviction. Property values plummeted as news of the crimes spread, and the subdivision that had once been considered one of Connecticut's safest neighborhoods became synonymous with betrayal and murder. The case also highlighted how predators could exploit community safety programs for criminal purposes. Background checks for neighborhood watch participants were virtually non existent, and the trust placed in community leaders made it easy for someone with malicious intent to gain access to potential victims. New guidelines were implemented requiring formal screening for community safety volunteers, but the damage to the concept of neighborhood self protection was immeasurable. As investigators across the country began recognizing similar patterns in other communities, it became clear that Morrison wasn't an isolated case. Predators were systematically infiltrating community organizations, homeowner associations, and volunteer groups using positions of trust to identify and access victims. The very programs designed to enhance neighborhood safety had become hunting grounds for sophisticated killers. But even as communities grappled with these revelations about trust and security, another kind of monster was operating in America's hospitals, someone who had discovered that the most effective way to commit mass murder wasn't through violence or elaborate schemes. It was by quietly corrupting the systems designed to preserve life, turning healing into killing with such subtlety that years would pass before anyone realized what was happening. The summer heat in Phoenix was unbearable in July 1987, but inside the air conditioned corridors of St. Mary's Medical Center, Dr. Richard Angelo moved with the quiet confidence of someone who held life and death in his hands. To his colleagues, Angelo was everything you'd want in an intensive care nurse turned physician assistant. He was dedicated, knowledgeable, and seemed to genuinely care about his patients' well being. But what no one realized was that Angelo had developed an addiction far more dangerous than any drug. He was addicted to being needed, to being seen as a hero, and he was willing to create medical emergencies just so he could swoop in and save the day. Angelo's method was diabolically simple. He would inject patients with Pavilon and succinylcholine, paralyzing drugs that would cause respiratory distress and cardiac arrest. Then, as alarms blared and medical staff rushed to respond, Angelo would position himself as the primary responder, fighting valiantly to save lives that he himself had just endangered. Sometimes his interventions were successful, earning him praise and recognition. Other times, patients died despite his efforts, making him appear tragic and dedicated rather than suspicious. The pattern continued for months. Patients who should have been stable would suddenly crash during Angelo's shifts. Family members praised the compassionate young medical professional who fought so hard to save their loved ones, never knowing that he was the reason their relatives were dying. Angelo basked in the attention, the gratitude, the reputation as someone who never gave up on a patient. But Angelo made a crucial mistake when he targeted a patient who had been admitted for minor surgery. The man was young, healthy, and had no underlying conditions that would explain a sudden cardiac episode. When toxicology tests revealed the presence of paralytic drugs in his system, investigators began looking more closely at the pattern of emergencies during Angelo's shifts. What they found was horrifying. Over 18 months, at least 10 patients had died during mysterious medical crises that occurred exclusively when Angelo was working. All showed traces of drugs that had no legitimate medical reason to be in their systems. Angelo was arrested and eventually confessed to causing the deaths of 4 patients, though investigators believe the true number was much higher. During his trial, Angelo's defense team argued that he suffered from a psychological disorder that compelled him to create medical emergencies. They portrayed him as a troubled individual who desperately wanted to help people, but whose mental illness had twisted that desire into something deadly. The prosecution countered that Angelo was a calculating killer who used his medical knowledge to commit nearly perfect murders. Angelo was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, where he died in 2010. His case led to new protocols for monitoring controlled substances in hospitals and mandatory psychological evaluations for medical staff. But the trust between patients and healthcare providers had been shattered in ways that would take years to repair. The summer after Angelo's conviction, another medical predator was beginning his career of terror 3,000 miles away. Dr. Harold Shipman was a respected general practitioner in Hyde, England, beloved by his patients and colleagues alike. But between 1975 and 1998, this trusted family doctor would become one of history's most prolific serial killers, murdering an estimated 250 patients while maintaining the perfect facade of a caring physician. Shipman's method was almost impossibly simple. During house calls to elderly patients, he would inject them with lethal doses of diamorphine, claiming later that they had died peacefully in their sleep from natural causes. As the only medical professional present at the time of death, his word was rarely questioned. He would comfort grieving families, sign death certificates, and recommend funeral arrangements, all while maintaining the demeanor of a compassionate doctor who had done everything possible to help. What made Shipman particularly dangerous was his understanding of the medical system's blind spots. Elderly patients died frequently from natural causes, making his murders virtually invisible within normal mortality statistics. He was careful to vary his methods and timing, ensuring that no obvious pattern would emerge. When families occasionally questioned the sudden nature of a death, Shipman's medical authority and apparent grief usually satisfied their concerns. The investigation that eventually exposed Shipman began when a local undertaker noticed an unusual number of deaths among Shipman's patients. The undertaker, who had been in business for decades, observed that Shipman's patients seemed to die more frequently than those of other local doctors, and they were often found fully clothed and sitting upright, which was unusual for natural deaths. When police investigated, they discovered that Shipman had been systematically killing his patients for over 2 decades. His victims were primarily elderly women living alone, people whose deaths would generate minimal scrutiny. He had even forged wills and medical records to cover his tracks, stealing from some victims while positioning himself as their trusted medical advisor. Shipman was convicted of murdering 15 patients, though the official inquiry later concluded he had killed at least 218 people, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. He was sentenced to life imprisonment and committed suicide in his cell in 2004, never fully explaining his motives or expressing remorse for his crimes. The Shipman case revolutionized medical oversight in the United Kingdom and influenced healthcare monitoring systems worldwide. New requirements for death certification, controlled substance tracking, and peer review were implemented to prevent similar crimes. But the psychological impact on patients and families was immeasurable, forcing people to question whether they could trust the medical professionals responsible for their care. But while authorities were implementing new safeguards for the medical community, an entirely different kind of predator was emerging in America's heartland. Someone who had discovered that the most effective hunting ground for a serial killer wasn't dark alleys or isolated locations, but the bright, cheerful environment of children's birthday parties. Ronald Peterson looked exactly like what every parent wanted to see at their child's party. A professional clown with 20 years of experience, he arrived at events with elaborate costumes, magic tricks, and balloon animals that delighted children and impressed adults. His business, Giggles the Clown Entertainment, was booked months in advance throughout the Minneapolis suburbs, and parents regularly recommended him to friends looking for quality children's entertainment. But Peterson's colorful costume and painted smile concealed appetites that had nothing to do with entertaining children. He had discovered that birthday parties provided perfect access to potential victims, allowing him to study children in their home environments while earning the trust of their families. His clown persona gave him license to be physically playful with children, hugging them, picking them up, and engaging in the kind of contact that would seem suspicious from any other adult stranger. Peterson's selection process was methodical and patient. During parties, he would identify children who seemed isolated or neglected, kids whose parents were distracted or absent. He would make mental notes about home layouts, family schedules, and security measures. Then, weeks or months later, he would return to these neighborhoods as his normal self, a nondescript middle aged man that no one would connect to the beloved entertainer who had recently visited their homes. His first confirmed victim was 8-year-old Timothy Walsh, who disappeared from his backyard while his parents were hosting Performing. Peterson barbed at Timothy's birthday party 6 weeks earlier and had observed that the boy often played alone in an area not visible from the house. When Timothy vanished, police focused their investigation on registered sex offenders in the area, never considering that the cheerful clown from the birthday party might be responsible. Over 4 years, 7 children disappeared from neighborhoods where Peterson had recently performed. Each abduction was carefully planned, taking advantage of security vulnerabilities he had observed during his legitimate visits. He would wait until families felt safe and comfortable before striking, often months after his initial contact with potential victims. The pattern was discovered when 9-year-old Sarah Morrison managed to escape from Peterson's van during an attempted abduction. She provided police with a detailed description that eventually led investigators to review recent entertainment bookings in neighborhoods where children had disappeared. The connection to Giggles, the clown entertainment, emerged from this analysis, revealing the horrifying truth about the man parents had trusted with their most precious possessions. When police searched Peterson's home, they found costumes, wigs, and makeup that allowed him to completely transform his appearance. More disturbing was a collection of photographs taken during birthday parties, with certain children circled in red ink and detailed notes about their behaviors and family situations. He had been essentially conducting surveillance operations while being paid to entertain. Peterson's trial revealed the full extent of his manipulation. He had cultivated relationships with party planning companies, schools, and community organizations to maximize his access to children. His clown persona had been carefully crafted to appear trustworthy and fun, while his real personality was cold, calculating, and utterly without empathy for his victims. The case sent shockwaves through communities that had previously considered children's entertainers to be safe and wholesome. Background check requirements were implemented for anyone working with children professionally, and parents became far more cautious about hiring entertainment for their families. The image of the friendly neighborhood clown was permanently tainted by Peterson's crimes. Peterson was convicted of 7 counts of murder and sentenced to death. He was executed in 2003, but not before providing information that helped locate the remains of his victims. His case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of trusting strangers with children, even when those strangers appeared in contexts that seemed completely safe. But even as communities implemented new safety measures for children's activities, another predator was already operating in a different sphere of trust. In the quiet college town of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Professor William Hendricks had discovered that academic authority provided even better cover for his crimes than entertainment ever could. Hendricks was a respected psychology professor at a small liberal arts college, known for his innovative research on trauma and memory. Students admired his passionate lectures about the human mind, and colleagues respected his published work on psychological manipulation and control. What they didn't realize was that Hendricks was using his academic position to conduct real world experiments on unwilling subjects, turning his theoretical knowledge into practical applications of torture and murder. His laboratory wasn't in the psychology building, but in a soundproofed basement beneath his Victorian home near campus. There, Hendricks had constructed what he called his behavioral modification chamber, a sterile white room equipped with recording equipment, restraint systems, and instruments designed to inflict precise amounts of physical and psychological pain. He documented every session with clinical detachment, treating human suffering as data to be collected and analyzed. Hendricks' victims were carefully selected from his student population. He targeted young people who were struggling academically or emotionally, individuals who might disappear without generating immediate concern. He would offer private tutoring sessions or research opportunities, gradually isolating vulnerable students from their support networks before revealing his true intentions. The selection process often began during office hours when students would visit Hendricks to discuss their struggles with coursework or personal problems. He would present himself as a caring mentor, someone who understood their difficulties and wanted to help them succeed. Over several meetings, He would identify their psychological vulnerabilities and begin the grooming process that would ultimately lead them to his basement laboratory. Jennifer Walsh was a 19-year-old sophomore struggling with depression when she began meeting regularly with Professor Hendricks for what she believed were counseling sessions. He had convinced her that traditional therapy was ineffective and that his experimental techniques could provide faster, more lasting relief from her emotional pain. When she disappeared during spring break, her absence wasn't noticed for weeks because she had told friends she was visiting family. The investigation that eventually exposed Hendricks began when maintenance workers discovered Jennifer's body while repairing a water leak in the basement of his home. The condition of her remains and the equipment found in the hidden room revealed the full scope of his activities. Video recordings showed that Jennifer had been subjected to weeks of psychological torture before her death, all documented with the clinical precision of a scientific experiment. Additional searches uncovered evidence linking Hendricks to the disappearances of at least 6 other students over a 5-year period. His academic research had provided the perfect cover for developing increasingly sophisticated methods of psychological manipulation and control. Papers he had published on trauma and memory were revealed to be based on observations of his own victims rather than legitimate research. During his arrest, Hendricks showed no emotional response to the charges against him. He spoke about his victims as test subjects, expressing frustration that his research would be interrupted by legal proceedings. In his mind, the suffering he had caused was justified by the knowledge it had generated, and he genuinely believed that his work would eventually benefit humanity. The trial revealed the full extent of Hendricks's manipulation of academic systems. He had used his position to access student records, identify vulnerable individuals, and exploit the trust inherent in professor-student relationships. His colleagues testified that they had occasionally noticed his intense interest in student psychological profiles, but had attributed it to dedicated teaching rather than predatory behavior. Hendricks was convicted of 6 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. The college where he had taught underwent extensive policy changes, implementing new safeguards for student-faculty interactions and requiring background checks for all academic staff. But the damage to the institution's reputation was permanent, and enrollment dropped dramatically as parents questioned whether their children would be safe in academic environments. The case also raised disturbing questions about the ethics of psychological research for academic and the potential authority to be misused. New oversight committees were established to monitor research involving subjects, and STIRI Humenter guidelines were implemented for studies examining psychological trauma and manipulation. But while the academic world was grappling with these revelations, another kind of predator was already operating in America's suburbs, someone who had discovered that the most trusted members of any community were often the ones with the most access to potential victims. Father Michael Thornton had served the parishes of suburban Detroit for over 15 years, beloved by parishioners for his compassionate sermons and dedicated community service. He organized youth programs, visited the sick, and provided counseling for troubled families. His reputation was so sterling that other priests often sought his advice on difficult pastoral matters, and the diocese considered him a model for younger clergy members. But behind his clerical collar and gentle demeanor, Thornton harbored secrets that would have horrified his faithful congregation. He had been systematically abusing his position of spiritual authority to identify and exploit vulnerable families, using religious counseling sessions to gather information that he would later use for far more sinister purposes. Thornton's method was elegant in its simplicity. During confession and counseling sessions, parishioners would reveal their deepest fears, their family problems, their financial struggles. He would listen with apparent compassion, offering spiritual guidance and practical advice. But he was also cataloging weaknesses, identifying families that were isolated, struggling, or dealing with internal conflicts that made them vulnerable to outside manipulation. His first victims were the members of families he had been counseling for marital problems. Robert and Linda Morrison had been seeing Thornton for months, father, trying to save their troubled marriage while dealing with their teenage daughter's behavioral issues. Thornton learned that Linda often took long walks alone in the evenings to clear her head, information that he used to plan her abduction and murder. Linda's disappearance was treated as a missing person case with no evidence of foul play. Thornton comforted the grieving family, conducted memorial services, and even helped organize search efforts. His visible grief and dedication during this difficult time only enhanced his reputation as a caring spiritual leader who went above and beyond for his parishioners. Over 3 years, 4 women from Thornton's parishes disappeared under similar circumstances. All of families receiving were members counseling from the priest. All had been dealing with personal struggles that made them vulnerable, and all had trusted Thornton enough to share intimate details about their daily routines and emotional states. The pattern was discovered when Thornton made a critical error during his fifth attempted murder. Patricia Weber, a 34-year-old mother of two, had been attending counseling sessions about her husband's drinking problem. When she disappeared during her evening jog, police found evidence of a struggle that included fabric from what appeared to be clerical clothing. The investigation revealed that Thornton had been using his pastoral duties to case neighborhoods and identify optimal times and locations for his attacks. His clerical status gave him access to homes and personal information that would have been impossible for civilian predators to obtain. Church members regularly invited him into their homes, shared their schedules with him, and trusted him with information they would never reveal to strangers. When police searched Thornton's residence, they found detailed files on dozens of parishioners, including floor plans of their homes, daily schedules, and psychological profiles noting their vulnerabilities. Most disturbing was a collection of personal items taken from each victim, kept as trophies in a locked box hidden behind religious artifacts in his bedroom. Thornton's trial shocked the Catholic community and led to comprehensive changes in how the church handled accusations against clergy members. The revelation that a trusted priest had been using confession and counseling to identify victims for murder challenged fundamental assumptions about the safety of religious institutions. During testimony, survivors described how Thornton had exploited their faith and trust, using their belief in his spiritual authority to gain access to information and opportunities that civilian predators could never have obtained. His victims had died not just because of his violence, but because of their faith in an institution they believed would protect them. Counts of first-degree murder and sentence. Thornton was convicted of 4 to life without parole. The diocese implemented new policies requiring supervision for all counseling sessions and background checks for clergy members, but the damage to community trust was immeasurable. Church attendance dropped dramatically as parishioners questioned whether they could safely confide in spiritual leaders. The case also highlighted how predators could exploit religious authority for criminal purposes, using the inherent trust placed in clergy members to identify and access victims. Similar cases began emerging in other denominations and geographic areas, suggesting that Thornton's methods had been replicated by other predators who recognized the potential of religious authority as cover for their crimes. But even as religious institutions implemented new safeguards, another monster was emerging in America's heartland, someone who had discovered that the most effective way to commit serial murder wasn't through elaborate planning or sophisticated methods. It was by exploiting the simple human need for transportation in an era before cell phones and GPS tracking made disappearing truly difficult. The truck stops along Interstate 70 through Kansas and Missouri were bustling 24-hour hubs where long haul drivers would rest, refuel, and grab meals during their cross country journeys. It was also where Clayton Webb had found his calling as what he privately termed a highway reaper. Webb owned a small trucking company that gave him legitimate reasons to travel the interstate system, but his real business was far more sinister than freight transportation. Webb had realized that America's highway system was the perfect hunting ground for someone who understood its rhythms and vulnerabilities. Hitchhikers, stranded motorists, and truck stop workers represented a constantly changing population of potential victims who often had no fixed addresses or people expecting their arrival at specific times. They could disappear into the vastness of the American road system without generating immediate concern. His method was to cruise truck stops and highway rest areas, looking for people who appeared to be traveling alone and were in need of assistance. He would offer rides, mechanical help, or simple kindness to people who were vulnerable because of their isolation from normal support systems. His truck was equipped with hidden restraints and soundproofing that allowed him to control victims once they were inside. The first confirmed victim was Maria Santos, a 23-year-old woman whose car had broken down at a rest area near Hays, Kansas. Security cameras captured Webb's truck pulling into the area around the time of her disappearance, but investigators initially assumed she had accepted a ride from another traveler. Her body was found 3 weeks later in a remote area of Missouri, bearing signs of prolonged torture and sexual assault. Over 5 years, Webb killed at least 14 people along the Interstate 70 corridor, though investigators suspected the true number was much higher. His victims included hitchhikers, stranded motorists, truck stop employees working late shifts, and other truckers who had stopped to rest in isolated areas. The geographic spread of his crimes and the transient nature of his victims made it difficult for law enforcement agencies to recognize the pattern. Webb's downfall came when he attempted to abduct a state trooper's daughter who had stopped at a rest area near Salina, Kansas. Officer Jennifer Walsh had been trained in self-defense and managed to escape from Webb's truck, but not before noting his license plate number and getting a detailed description of his appearance. When she reported the incident, investigators were able to connect Webb to several unsolved disappearances along the same highway corridor. The search of Webb's truck and home revealed the full scope of his crimes. Hidden compartments contained restraints, weapons, and personal items belonging to his victims. Most chilling was a logbook where he had recorded details about each murder, including maps showing disposal sites and photographs of his victims in various stages of torture and death. Webb's trial revealed the calculated nature of his crimes and the way he had exploited the vulnerability of people traveling America's highways. He had studied traffic patterns, identified optimal hunting locations, and developed techniques for making people disappear without leaving traces that would connect their deaths to his activities. The case led to increased security measures at truck stops and rest areas, including improved lighting, emergency call boxes, and regular patrol schedules. But the psychological impact on highway travelers was significant, as people realized how vulnerable they were when separated from their normal communities and support systems. Webb was executed in 2009, but his methods had already influenced other predators who recognized the potential of America's highway system as a hunting ground. Similar cases began emerging on other interstate corridors, suggesting that Webb's approach had been studied and replicated by criminals across the country. The highway killer represented a new kind of predator, one who exploited the mobility and anonymity of modern American society. Unlike traditional serial killers who operated in specific geographic areas, highway predators could range across multiple states and jurisdictions, making them difficult to track and apprehend. But while law enforcement was adapting to this new threat, another kind of monster was already operating in America's schools, someone who had discovered that educational authority provided perfect cover for crimes that would destroy not just individual lives, but entire communities' faith in the institutions designed to protect their children. The mathematics teacher at Lincoln Elementary School in suburban Phoenix had always been considered strict but fair, the kind of educator parents requested for their children because they knew real learning would happen in his classroom. But Thomas Garrett's reputation for discipline masked something far more sinister than demanding homework standards. Garrett had been teaching for 12 years when he discovered that his position gave him unprecedented access to detailed information about every family in the school district. Parent-teacher conferences, home visits for struggling students, and school events provided opportunities to observe family dynamics, security systems, and daily routines. More importantly, his role as an educator meant that parents trusted him implicitly with their most precious possessions. His method was devastatingly simple. During parent conferences, Garrett would express concern about a child's academic performance, suggesting that additional tutoring at his home would help them catch up with their classmates. Parents, desperate to help their children succeed, would agree to these private sessions without hesitation. What they didn't know was that Garrett had no intention of providing educational support. The basement of his modest ranch house had been converted into what he called his special classroom, a soundproofed space equipped with restraints disguised as educational equipment. Children who arrived for tutoring sessions would find themselves trapped in an environment where their screams couldn't be heard and their teacher had transformed into something monstrous. 8-year-old Kelly Morrison was Garrett's first victim, a shy girl who struggled with math and whose parents worked long hours at demanding jobs. When they received Garrett's offer to provide free tutoring, they saw it as a blessing. Kelly attended 3 sessions before disappearing entirely, her absence explained by Garrett's claim that the family had moved suddenly due to a job transfer. Over 4 years, 11 children vanished from Lincoln Elementary, their disappearances carefully spaced and explained by Garrett's fabricated stories about family relocations, medical emergencies, or transfers to private schools. His position as their teacher gave his explanations credibility that civilian predators could never have achieved. The pattern was discovered when 9-year-old David Chen returned home from a tutoring session with injuries he couldn't explain. When his parents pressed for details, David revealed that Mr. Garrett had hurt him in the basement and threatened to hurt his family if he told anyone what happened. The police investigation that followed uncovered the full scope of Garrett's crimes. Hidden cameras in his basement had recorded every session, creating a library of horror that investigators struggled to process. Each child's final moments had been documented with clinical precision, as if Garrett was studying their responses to terror and pain. He had kept detailed notes about which techniques produced the most fear, treating murder like a twisted educational experiment. Garrett's trial revealed how completely he had manipulated the trust placed in educators. Parents testified about how grateful they had been for his dedication, how they had recommended him to other families, how they had never questioned his requests for private time with their children. The very qualities that made him seem like an excellent teacher had been tools for identifying and accessing victims. The case devastated the Lincoln Elementary community and led to comprehensive changes in how schools handled one-on-one interactions between teachers and students. New policies requiring supervision for all tutoring sessions and mandatory background checks for educational staff were implemented, but the psychological damage to families was permanent. Garrett was sentenced to death and executed in 2011, but his methods had already influenced other predators who recognized the potential of educational authority as cover for their crimes. Similar cases began emerging in school districts across the country as investigators realized that the trust placed in teachers created perfect conditions for sustained abuse and murder. But while educational institutions were implementing new safeguards, another monster was operating in America's hospitals, someone who had perfected the art of killing patients while being praised as a dedicated healthcare provider. Dr. Patricia Wells had been working as an emergency room physician at Metropolitan General Hospital in Cleveland for 8 years when she discovered her true calling. It wasn't saving lives, it was ending them in ways so subtle that her colleagues would praise her dedication even as her patients died at alarming rates. Wells had developed what she privately called comfort termination, a method of killing patients that appeared to be compassionate end-of-life care. She would identify critically ill individuals who were alone, scared, and desperate for relief from their suffering. Then she would offer them a choice, presenting death as a merciful release from pain while positioning herself as the angel who could provide that peace. Her technique was psychologically devastating because it exploited patients' trust in medical authority while making them complicit in their own murders. Wells would sit beside dying patients, holding their hands and speaking softly about how their suffering could end if they wanted it to. She would describe death as a peaceful transition, a release from the pain and fear they were experiencing. Most patients, weakened by illness and terrified of prolonged suffering, would eventually agree to what they believed was physician assisted suicide. Wells would then administer lethal doses of morphine while whispering comforting words about letting go and finding peace. To observers, these appeared to be compassionate interactions between a caring doctor and dying patients who were ready to accept their fate. The selection process was methodical and heartless. Wells targeted patients who had no family present, individuals whose deaths wouldn't generate scrutiny or emotional outpouring from grieving relatives. She preferred people who were conscious enough to understand her offers, but sick enough that their deaths would seem inevitable, regardless of medical intervention. Margaret Foster, a 78-year-old woman admitted with pneumonia, became Wells' first confirmed victim. With no family to visit her and a prognosis that was serious, but not necessarily fatal, Margaret fit Wells's criteria perfectly. During her night shift, Wells sat with Margaret for over an hour, gradually convincing her that death was preferable to the uncertainty and discomfort of continued treatment. Security cameras captured Wells holding Margaret's hand as she administered the fatal injection, creating footage that appeared to show a compassionate doctor providing comfort to a dying patient. The timestamp showed Margaret lived for another 27 minutes after the injection, during which Wells continued to speak softly about peace and release from suffering. Over 3 years, Wells killed 46 patients using this method, earning a reputation as one of the most compassionate physicians in the hospital. Colleagues praised her bedside manner and her willingness to stay with dying patients during their final moments. Nun Rodriguez, a 55-year-old man recovering of them, realized that Wells was creating those final moments through carefully with a patient who survived her attempted murder. James orchestrated psychological manipulation. The pattern was discovered when Wells made a critical error from surgery, had been approached by Wells during a night when he was experiencing significant pain and anxiety about his condition. She had begun her usual routine of offering death as relief from suffering. Rodriguez had initially seemed receptive to Wells's suggestions, but something in her manner triggered his suspicions. When she prepared to inject what she claimed was pain medication, he pretended to lose consciousness while remaining alert enough to observe her actions. He later reported that Wells had seemed disappointed when he survived the night, and that her behavior toward him changed dramatically once it became clear he would recover. The investigation revealed that Wells had been systematically targeting vulnerable patients for years, using their trust in medical authority to convince them to accept death as a preferable alternative to continued treatment. Her method was so sophisticated that even experienced physicians had been fooled into believing she was providing compassionate end-of-life care. Recordings found in Wells' home revealed the full extent of her manipulation. She had practiced different approaches to convincing patients to accept death, refining her techniques based on which psychological pressures worked most effectively on different personality types. She spoke about her victims as test subjects in an experiment about human will to survive. Wells' trial exposed how predators could exploit the vulnerability of seriously ill patients and the trust placed in medical professionals. Her defense team argued that she had been providing compassionate care to suffering individuals, but recordings of her practicing manipulation techniques and celebrating successful kills revealed her true motivations. The case led to new monitoring protocols for end of life care and mandatory supervision for interactions between medical staff and terminal patients. But the psychological impact on families who realized their loved ones had been murdered while seeking medical help was devastating and long lasting. Wells was convicted of 46 counts of first degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. She died in prison in 2018, but her methods had already influenced other healthcare predators who recognized the potential of medical authority as cover for serial murder. Meanwhile, in the small farming community of Millbrook, Iowa, another predator was perfecting an entirely different approach to mass murder. Pastor Daniel Whitmore had discovered that religious authority provided even more complete access to victims than medical credentials ever could. Whitmore had been serving the Millbrook Community Church for 7 years, beloved by parishioners for his passionate sermons about forgiveness and redemption. He had built the congregation from 35 members to over 200, drawing families from across the rural county who appreciated his personal attention to their spiritual and practical needs. What they didn't realize was that Whitmore was using their faith against them in ways that would destroy not just individual lives, but the entire community's belief in the safety of religious institutions. His method was to identify families dealing with serious problems, then gradually isolate them from their support networks while positioning himself as their only source of guidance and protection. During counseling sessions, he would learn about domestic violence, financial struggles, or family conflicts, then use that information to convince vulnerable individuals that drastic action was necessary for their salvation. The Hendricks family had been attending Whitmore's church for 2 years when their teenage daughter began exhibiting behavioral problems that concerned her parents. During private counseling sessions, Whitmore convinced them that their daughter was possessed by demonic influences that could only be removed through extreme spiritual intervention. He isolated the family from other church members, claiming that the demons would spread if anyone else became involved. Over several weeks, Whitmore escalated his treatment of the supposed possession, convincing the parents that increasingly violent rituals were necessary to save their daughter's soul. He told them that true faith required absolute obedience to God's chosen representative, and that questioning his methods would damn their entire family to eternal suffering. The ritual that ultimately killed 16-year-old Sarah Hendricks was conducted in the church basement, with her parents present and participating because they believed they were saving her soul. Whitmore had convinced them that her screams were demons being expelled, that her pleas for help were evil spirits trying to maintain control of her body. When she died from the injuries inflicted during the exorcism, Whitmore told her parents that she had been called home to heaven as a reward for their faithful obedience. Sarah's death was reported as a tragic accident during a religious ceremony, and the tight-knit community rallied around the grieving family. Whitmore conducted the funeral service, speaking eloquently about God's mysterious ways and the special blessing of a child called home to heaven. His compassionate handling of the tragedy only enhanced his reputation as a spiritual leader who could provide comfort during life's darkest moments. Over the following year, three more families in Whitmore's congregation lost children during similar spiritual interventions designed to address various behavioral or health problems. Each death was explained as God's will, and the grieving families were convinced that their children had been specially chosen for heavenly rewards because of their parents' exceptional faith. The pattern was discovered when Dr. Sandra Walsh, a pediatrician in a neighboring town, noticed an unusual number of child deaths in Millbrook that shared similar characteristics. All had occurred during religious ceremonies. All involved families who had been receiving intensive counseling from Pastor Whitmore, and all showed signs of prolonged physical trauma that seemed inconsistent with accidental death. Detective Walsh contacted state authorities, who launched a covert investigation into the Millbrook Community Church. What they discovered was a systematic pattern of psychological manipulation and ritualistic murder that had been disguised as religious practice for nearly 2 years. Hidden recording devices, then placed in the church basement, captured Whitmore conducting what he called purification ceremonies with families who believed they were participating in legitimate spiritual healing. The recordings revealed that Whitmore was fully aware that his rituals were killing children and that he derived satisfaction from the absolute control he exercised over grieving families. The investigation revealed that Whitmore had been studying techniques of psychological manipulation and religious coercion for years before beginning his killing spree. His personal library contained books on cult indoctrination, mind control, and historical accounts of religious violence. He had essentially turned his congregation into a cult where his word was considered divine law. When arrested, Whitmore showed no remorse for his actions, instead expressing anger that his divine mission had been interrupted by secular authorities. He claimed that he had been chosen by God to test the faith of his followers, and that the children who died had been sacrificed to prove their parents' devotion to divine will. The trial revealed how completely Whitmore had manipulated the religious faith of his victims, using their belief in spiritual authority to convince them to participate in the murders of their own children. Families testified about how grateful they had been for his guidance, how they had trusted him completely with their most precious relationships. The case destroyed the Millbrook community and led to new oversight requirements for religious organizations, particularly those claiming to practice faith healing or spiritual intervention. But the psychological damage to surviving family members was permanent, as they struggled with the realization that their faith had been weaponized against them by someone they had trusted completely. Whitmore was convicted of 7 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He was executed in 2015, but his methods had already influenced other predators who recognized the potential of religious authority as cover for systematic murder and abuse. The cases of these forgotten killers reveal a disturbing pattern about how predators exploit the very institutions and relationships that society depends on for safety and security. From healthcare providers to educators, From religious leaders to community volunteers, the most dangerous monsters aren't always the strangers lurking in dark alleys. Sometimes they're the people we trust most, the ones who use our faith in human decency as a weapon against us. What emerges from this catalog of forgotten horrors isn't just the individual evil of each killer, but something far more disturbing about the nature of predatory behavior itself. These weren't anomalies or isolated incidents. They were part of a larger pattern that reveals how our most basic assumptions about safety and trust can be systematically exploited by those who understand human psychology well enough to weaponize it. The final case in this compilation takes us to the suburbs of Sacramento, California, where between 2011 and 2016, someone discovered that the most effective way to commit serial murder in the digital age wasn't through traditional stalking or random violence. It was by exploiting social media and online dating platforms to create a conveyor belt of victims who would literally deliver themselves to their killer. Marcus Chen appeared to be the perfect online match for dozens of women across Northern California. His dating profiles were carefully crafted to appeal to different demographics, with professional photos showing a successful software engineer who loved hiking, wine tasting, and meaningful conversations. He claimed to be recently divorced, emotionally available, and looking for genuine connection after years of focusing solely on his career. But Chen's profiles were masterpieces of psychological manipulation, each one tailored to attract specific types of vulnerable women. For single mothers, he emphasized his love of children and desire to build a family. For career focused professionals, he presented himself as an ambitious entrepreneur who understood the challenges of work life balance. For women recovering from bad relationships, he positioned himself as the emotionally intelligent partner they had been searching for. Chen's apartment in a modern complex near downtown Sacramento served as his killing ground. The space was meticulously designed to appear safe and welcoming, with expensive furniture, artwork, and all the markers of a successful professional lifestyle. Hidden throughout the apartment were cameras that recorded every interaction, and the soundproofing he had installed under the guise of creating a home recording studio ensured that neighbors would never hear his victim's final moments. His method was refined through years of practice. First dates always occurred in public places where women would feel comfortable and safe. Chen was charming, attentive, and seemed genuinely interested in learning about their lives, their dreams, their fears. He would ask probing questions about their family relationships, work schedules, and social connections, gathering intelligence he would later use to ensure their disappearances wouldn't generate immediate concern. The second date always took place at his apartment, usually under the pretense of cooking dinner together or watching a movie. Chen would drug his victims' drinks with substances that would render them unconscious, but leave them appearing to be simply intoxicated. Once they were incapacitated, he would begin recording what he called his final interview sessions. These recordings, discovered after Chen's arrest, revealed the full extent of his psychological sadism. He would revive his victims and conduct hours-long interrogations about their personal lives, their relationships, their deepest fears and insecurities. He seemed fascinated by their terror and confusion, documenting their psychological deterioration with clinical precision. The investigation that exposed Chen began when Sarah Kim, a 29-year-old marketing executive, failed to show up for an important client meeting after what her friends knew was supposed to be a second date. Sarah's sister accessed her dating app and found messages with Marcus Chen, including his address for their dinner date. When police performed a welfare check at Chen's apartment, they found evidence that Sarah had been there, but Chen claimed she had left early after feeling unwell. Security footage from the apartment complex contradicted Chen's story, showing Sarah entering the building but never leaving. A search warrant revealed the full scope of his activities. Hidden throughout the apartment were recording devices, restraint systems disguised as furniture, and most damning, a computer containing videos of at least 18 different women being tortured and killed. Chen's digital footprint revealed the industrial scale of his operation. He maintained profiles on 17 different dating platforms, had conducted first dates with over 200 women, and had convinced 43 of them to visit his apartment. Not all of his victims had been killed immediately. Some recordings showed women being held captive for days or weeks before their deaths. The case exposed how online dating platforms had created new opportunities for predators to identify and access victims with unprecedented efficiency. Chen had essentially automated the victim selection process, using algorithms designed to create romantic connections to instead create opportunities for murder. During his trial, Chen showed no remorse for his crimes, instead expressing frustration that investigators had deleted his video collection before he could complete what he called his research project. He spoke about his victims as subjects in an experiment about human behavior under extreme stress, claiming that his work would have been valuable to psychologists studying trauma responses. Chen was sentenced to death in 2018, but his methods had already influenced other predators who recognized the potential of social media and dating apps as hunting grounds. Law enforcement agencies began developing new protocols for investigating disappearances connected to online dating, but the fundamental vulnerability remained unchanged. The Chen case marked the evolution of serial killing into the digital age, where predators could cast wider nets and identify victims more efficiently than ever before. Traditional safety advice about avoiding strangers became meaningless when those strangers could present themselves as perfect romantic partners through carefully crafted online personas. But even as authorities were grappling with digital age predators like Chen, another monster had already emerged in the American Southwest. Someone who had discovered that the chaos of natural disasters provided perfect cover for systematic murder on an unprecedented scale. Dr. Jennifer Martinez appeared at every major wildfire in Southern California between 2017 and 2020, arriving with credentials from the California Emergency Medical Response Team and a reputation for heroic dedication to saving lives in impossible conditions. She was everything you'd want to see in a disaster response physician: calm under pressure, skilled in trauma medicine, and willing to work in dangerous conditions when other medical professionals had evacuated. But Martinez wasn't there to save lives. She had discovered that wildfire evacuation zones provided perfect hunting grounds for someone who understood how to exploit the chaos and confusion of emergency situations. In the smoke-filled confusion of evacuation centers and temporary medical stations, people disappeared regularly as families were separated and communication systems failed. A few more disappearances would never be noticed among the general chaos. Martinez had developed what she privately called her mercy protocol, a method of identifying and killing people whose deaths would seem like unfortunate casualties of the disaster rather than deliberate murders. She targeted elderly individuals who had been separated from their families, people with serious medical conditions who might not survive evacuation anyway, and anyone who seemed disoriented or confused by the emergency situation. Her technique was to offer specialized medical care to vulnerable individuals, claiming that their conditions required immediate treatment that could only be provided in a secure medical facility away from the evacuation centers. She would transport these patients to abandoned buildings or remote locations where she could kill them without interference, then return their bodies to areas where they would eventually be found and classified as disaster victims. The Malibu fires of 2018 provided Martinez with her largest opportunity. During the 3 week evacuation period, she killed at least 14 people while being praised by colleagues and media for her tireless dedication to saving lives. Her victims included an 82-year-old man with dementia who had become separated from his family, a woman with diabetes whose medication had been lost during evacuation, and several homeless individuals whose disappearances wouldn't be noticed or investigated. Martinez's selection process was methodical and heartless. She would spend hours in evacuation centers, identifying people who were alone, confused, or dealing with medical conditions that made them dependent on professional care. She would approach these individuals as a caring physician offering specialized help, then gradually separate them from other evacuees under medical pretexts. The mobile medical station she operated from was equipped with everything necessary to kill patients while maintaining the appearance of providing emergency care. She had access to lethal drugs that would cause cardiac arrest or respiratory failure, and her medical credentials meant that her pronouncements of death were accepted without question by other emergency personnel. The pattern was discovered when David Wong, a 67-year-old retired teacher, survived Martinez's attempt to kill him during the campfire evacuations of 2018. Wong had been experiencing chest pains and had accepted Martinez's offer of specialized cardiac care at what she claimed was a secure medical facility. Instead, she had transported him to an abandoned clinic where she attempted to administer a lethal injection. Wong's survival was largely accidental. The IV line Martinez had established had become dislodged during transport, meaning that the fatal dose of potassium chloride she administered was injected into tissue rather than directly into his bloodstream. When he regained consciousness hours later and managed to escape, he provided police with detailed information about Martinez's actions and the location of her makeshift medical facility. The investigation revealed that Martinez had been using natural disasters as cover for serial murder for over 3 years. Her medical credentials had given her access to evacuation centers, emergency supplies, and vulnerable patients that civilian predators could never have obtained. She had killed at least 37 people across multiple disaster zones while building a reputation as one of California's most dedicated emergency response physicians. When arrested, Martinez showed no emotional response to the charges against her, instead expressing irritation that her humanitarian work had been misunderstood by investigators. She claimed that she had been providing mercy killings to people who were going to die anyway, positioning herself as someone who had prevented unnecessary suffering during chaotic emergency situations. The trial revealed how Martinez had systematically exploited the trust placed in emergency medical personnel and the vulnerability of disaster victims. Her defense team argued that she had been overwhelmed by the scale of suffering she had witnessed and had made poor decisions while trying to help people in impossible situations. Martinez was convicted of 37 counts of first degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. The case led to new oversight protocols for emergency medical response teams and mandatory supervision for disaster medical personnel. But the psychological impact on disaster survivors was significant. The realization that someone they had trusted to save lives during their most vulnerable moments had instead been systematically murdering people challenged fundamental assumptions about the safety of emergency services. Families who had lost loved ones during disasters now questioned whether those deaths had truly been accidental or the result of deliberate murder. Martinez died in prison in 2022, but her methods had already influenced other predators who recognized the potential of disaster response as cover for serial killing. Similar cases began emerging in other states affected by natural disasters, suggesting that the chaos of emergency situations had become a new hunting ground for sophisticated killers. These forgotten monsters remind us that evil doesn't always announce itself with dramatic headlines or Hollywood adaptations. Sometimes, the most terrifying predators are the ones who slip through history's cracks, leaving behind only whispers, unmarked graves, and families who never got answers. They exploited our most basic human needs for trust, connection, and safety, turning the very institutions meant to protect us into hunting grounds. The next time you shake hands with a helpful neighbor, trust a caring professional, or welcome a stranger into your community, remember that monsters don't always look like monsters. They look like us. The rain hadn't stopped for 3 days in Millbrook, Oregon, when the smell started drifting from the old Hartwell farmhouse. Neighbors thought it was just another dead animal caught in the crawl space, maybe a raccoon or possum that had wandered in during the storm and couldn't find its way out. But when Deputy Mike Carson knocked on the front door that Tuesday morning in October 1987, what he found inside would haunt him for the rest of his life. 17 bodies, as men, women, as the children, all arranged in a perfect circle around a dining room table set for Christmas dinner, complete with candles, turkey, and cranberry sauce. The victims had been posed like they were having a conversation, hands positioned as if reaching for dishes, mouths sewn into permanent smiles with fishing line. And sitting at the head of the table, calm as could be, was Harold Hartwell, reading a newspaper from 1962. Harold didn't run when the police arrived. He didn't resist. He simply folded his paper, looked up at Deputy Carson, and said with genuine confusion, "Am I late for something? I've been waiting for my family to finish eating." The newspaper in his hands was dated December 24th, 1962, the same day his wife and 3 children had been killed in a car accident on their way to his mother's house for Christmas dinner. Harold Eugene Hartwell was born in 1934 in the same farmhouse where he would later commit his crimes. He grew up isolated, homeschooled by a mother who believed the outside world was corrupted by sin and cities were breeding grounds for evil. His father died when Harold was 12, leaving him alone with a woman who spoke in Bible verses and saw demons in every shadow. Harold learned early that silence was safer than speaking, that bale of trouble. By a lending into the background kept you out accounts. Harold was Unre Grain Elevator, kept to himself, and Mary Markable. He worked at the locale his high school sweetheart, Mary, in 1959. They had 3 children together, lived quietly on the family farm, and seemed to embody small town normalcy. Harold coached Little League, helped neighbors with their harvests, and never missed Sunday service. People described him as polite, helpful, maybe a little shy. No one suspected that beneath that quiet exterior, something was slowly breaking apart. The car accident changed everything. Harold had been working late that Christmas Eve, fixing a broken tractor that couldn't wait until after the holidays. Mary had taken the kids to his mother's house without him, promising they'd save him dinner. The roads were icy, visibility was poor, and a drunk driver ran a red light at 60 miles per hour. All 4 of them died instantly. Harold never recovered, not in the way people usually don't recover from tragedy. He stopped aging, stopped changing, stopped existing in the present. He kept the farmhouse exactly as it was the day they died. Mary's coffee cup still sat on the kitchen counter, with a brown ring stained at the bottom. The children's toys remained scattered across the living room floor. Their beds stayed made, waiting for them to come home from school. But Harold's grief twisted into something darker. He began to believe that if he could recreate that Christmas dinner they never had, if he could fill the empty chairs around his table, his family would come back. He started small, inviting drifters and hitchhikers to stay for a meal. Most accepted gratefully. They were hungry, tired, and Harold seemed harmless enough. What they didn't know was that Harold had convinced himself they were temporary replacements, placeholders, until his real family returned. The first killing happened almost by accident. A traveling salesman named Robert Finch stopped by the farm in early 1985, looking for directions to the highway. Harold invited him in for coffee, and as they sat at the kitchen table, something in Harold snapped. He saw his son Tommy in the man's face, heard Mary's laugh and the sound of coffee percolating. When the illusion broke and he realized this stranger wasn't his family, Harold grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed him 17 times. Instead of horror, Harold felt peace. For the first time since the accident, the house felt right. He cleaned Robert's body, dressed him in his son's clothes, and sat him at the dinner table. Harold made a full Christmas meal, lit candles, and spent the entire night talking to the corpse as if it were Tommy home from school. When the body began to decompose, Harold buried it in the backyard and waited for the next visitor. Over the next 12 years, Harold perfected his method. He would invite travelers into his home, drug their coffee with sleeping pills he'd been hoarding since Mary's death, and then kill them while they slept. He became meticulous about preservation, learning taxidermy techniques from library books and experimenting with embalming fluids. Each victim was cleaned, dressed, and positioned at his dining room table for elaborate dinner parties that could last for days. Harold talked to them constantly. He would ask about their day, compliment their appearance, even argue with them about politics or the weather. To him, these weren't corpses. They were his family, his friends, his community. The loneliness that had been eating him alive since 1962 finally had relief, even if that relief came at the cost of 17 innocent lives. The victims came from everywhere: migrant workers heading north for apple season, salesmen taking shortcuts through rural Oregon, young couples whose cars had broken down on the isolated mountain roads. A few were local people who had simply knocked on Harold's door at the wrong time, asking to use his phone or seeking help with a flat tire. Harold was an equal opportunity killer. Age, race, gender didn't matter. All that mattered was filling the empty chairs. What made Harold particularly dangerous was his ability to appear completely normal between murders. He continued working at the grain elevator, still helped neighbors, still attended church every Sunday. When people asked about his guests, he would smile and say he enjoyed the company, that the house got too quiet sometimes. No one questioned it. Rural Oregon was full of transient workers and travelers. People came and went all the time. The only person who suspected something was wrong was Father Michael Torres, the parish priest who had been trying to help Harold through his grief since the accident. Harold had started asking strange questions during confession. He wanted to know if God would forgive someone for keeping their family together by any means necessary. He asked about the nature of death, whether souls could be trapped in earthly bodies, if love was stronger than mortality. Father Torres grew concerned when Harold stopped attending Sunday services in 1986. He drove out to the farm several times, but Harold always met him at the gate, claiming he wasn't feeling well or was too busy with harvest preparations. The priest could smell something foul coming from the house, but Harold insisted it was just fertilizer or dead livestock. Looking back, Father Torres would say he knew something was terribly wrong, but couldn't bring himself to believe that quiet, grieving Harold Hartwell could be capable of such horror. The end came when Harold made his first mistake. In September 1987, he killed a young woman named Sarah Chen who had been traveling cross country with her boyfriend, David Kim. Sarah had knocked on Harold's door, asking to use his phone after their car broke down on the mountain road. Harold invited her in, but David stayed with the car, growing worried when Sarah didn't return. When Harold came outside to invite David in as well, David noticed Sarah's purse sitting on the porch, her keys still in her hand. David ran. He flagged down a passing truck and convinced the driver to take him to the nearest police station. His story sounded insane, but Sarah's disappearance was real, and the isolated farmhouse was worth investigating. When deputies arrived 3 days later, they found Harold sitting at his macabre dinner party, 17 victims arranged around his table like a twisted Norman Rockwell painting. During interrogation, Harold showed no understanding of what he had done wrong. He kept asking when he could go home, when his guests would be returned to him. He spoke about the victims as if they were still alive, describing conversations they'd had just that morning. Psychiatrists determined he had suffered a complete psychotic break following his family's death, living in a delusion so complete that reality had become meaningless to him. Harold was found guilty but mentally incompetent to stand trial. He was committed to Oregon State Hospital, where he spent his remaining years building elaborate dollhouses and setting miniature dinner tables with tiny plastic figures. He died in 1994, still asking nurses when his family would come to visit him. The farmhouse was demolished after the trial, but locals say the land still feels wrong, that nothing will grow where Harold's dining room once stood. The case of Harold Hartwell remains one of the most disturbing examples of how grief can transform into something monstrous. Unlike other serial killers driven by sadism or power, Harold killed out of love. His desire to recreate his lost family was so overwhelming that 17 innocent people paid the price for his inability to let go of the past. But Harold Wasn't Hartwell's story is just the beginning. Hidden in the shadows of criminal history are killers whose names never made headlines, whose crimes were too bizarre for public consumption, whose methods were so unique that law enforcement buried their files rather than risk copycat crimes. These are the killers who haunt the nightmares of detectives, the cases that remain classified decades after the trials ended. In the summer of 1973, truckers along Interstate 40 started reporting something strange. Rest stops between Amarillo and Oklahoma City were being found with what locals called prayer circles. Dozens of 18-wheelers would be discovered parked in perfect geometric patterns, their drivers nowhere to be found. The cabs were always spotless, keys still in the ignition, logbooks filled out to the minute. But the drivers had simply vanished. The FBI initially dismissed these as elaborate hoaxes or coordinated abandonment schemes. Truckers were known for their tight knit community, and maybe this was some kind of protest against new federal regulations. But as the disappearances mounted, a darker pattern emerged. The missing drivers weren't random. They were all religious men, all carrying Bibles in their cabs, all known for their morning prayers at truck stop chapels. The man behind these disappearances called himself Brother Samuel, though his real name was Marcus Eugene Caldwell. Born in 1931 in a traveling revival tent somewhere outside Tulsa, Marcus grew up believing he was chosen by God for something special. His mother, a fire and brimstone preacher named Evangeline, claimed she'd received a vision during his birth. Angels had told her that her son would lead the faithful to salvation, that he would gather God's army for the final battle against sin. Marcus took these words literally. By age 7, he was preaching to congregations twice his size, healing the sick through prayer, speaking in tongues that left grown men weeping. But as he entered adolescence, the religious fervor twisted into something darker. Marcus began to see demons everywhere, in the faces of non believers, in the laughter of children, in the very air he breathed. The world wasn't just fallen, it was actively evil, and only the truly righteous deserved to survive what was coming. After his mother's death in 1954, Marcus disappeared from the revival circuit. He spent years wandering the country, working odd jobs, studying the highways like a surveyor mapping out battlefields. He learned the routes truckers took, memorized their schedules, understood their habits. Most importantly, he identified which drivers were believers. Marcus would sit in truck stop diners for hours, listening to conversations, watching for men who said grace before their meals or carried worn Bibles in their shirt pockets. His method was elegant in its simplicity. Marcus would approach his chosen driver in the parking lot, claiming his own rig had broken down. He needed a ride to the next truck stop, maybe 50 miles down the road. Most Christian truckers wouldn't hesitate to help a fellow traveler in need. Marcus was soft-spoken, polite, carried himself like a preacher man. He would climb into the passenger seat and within minutes began sharing scripture. But Marcus didn't just quote the Bible, he had spent decades studying it, memorizing every verse, understanding every interpretation. He could discuss theology with seminary graduates, debate doctrine with pastors, and recite entire books from memory. For lonely truckers spending weeks on the road, this scholarly companion was a gift from heaven itself. They would drive for hours, discussing faith, salvation, the end times that Marcus insisted were coming soon. The killing happened at remote rest stops, always in the early morning hours when traffic was lightest. Marcus would suggest they stop to pray together, to ask God's blessing for the remainder of their journey. The driver would park his rig, and they would walk to a quiet spot away from the building. Marcus carried a small leather satchel that looked like a Bible case, but contained something else entirely. A syringe filled with succinylcholine, a paralytic drug he'd stolen from veterinary clinics during his wandering years. The drug worked within seconds. The victim would collapse, fully conscious, but unable to move or speak. Marcus would drag them to a specific spot he'd chosen earlier, always in a location where the body would be hidden from casual view but eventually discovered. Then came the ritual that made Marcus's crimes so disturbing. He would arrange the paralyzed victim in a kneeling position, hands folded in prayer, face turned toward heaven. Marcus believed he was sending these men directly to God. In his twisted theology, he was performing the ultimate act of mercy. These drivers were righteous men living in a sinful world, and by killing them during prayer, he was ensuring their souls reached heaven before they could be corrupted. The paralytic allowed them to remain conscious for their final journey, able to see the light of salvation as their bodies shut down. After each murder, Marcus would return to the victim's truck and drive it to predetermined locations where he would park it alongside other abandoned rigs, creating those mysterious geometric patterns that had first caught authorities' attention. The arrangements weren't random. Marcus was forming crosses, stars of David, and other religious symbols visible only from aircraft. He saw them as messages to God, signals that his work on earth was proceeding according to divine plan. Between 1973 and 1978, Marcus killed 43 truck drivers across 7 states. The victims ranged in age from 22 to 67, but they all shared the same profile: devout Christians, family men, respected members of their communities. Marcus kept detailed journals of each killing, recording their final words, describing their expressions as the paralytic took hold, noting the exact time of death down to the second. The investigation that finally brought Marcus down began with a rookie FBI profiler named Janet Morrison. She noticed something the other agents had missed. The abandoned trucks weren't just arranged in religious patterns, they were arranged in patterns that corresponded to specific biblical verses. Each formation represented a passage from Revelation, the book of the Bible dealing with the end of the world. Morrison realized they weren't dealing with a random killer or even a typical serial murderer. This was someone with extensive theological training, someone who saw his crimes as part of a larger spiritual mission. She began checking seminary records, tracking down former traveling preachers, following every lead that connected organized religion to the trucking industry. The break came when Marcus made his first mistake. In November 1978, he approached a driver named Robert Mills at a rest stop outside Flagstaff, Arizona. Mills was indeed a religious man, but he was also a former Marine who had served 2 tours in Vietnam. When Marcus attempted to inject him with the paralytic, Mills fought back with combat training that Marcus hadn't expected. The struggle lasted only minutes, but it was enough for Mills to get a clear look at his attacker's face and notice the distinctive scar running from Marcus's left ear to his jawline, a memento from a childhood accident involving farm equipment. Mills managed to escape and flag down another trucker who radioed for police while Mills provided a detailed description of his attacker. Within hours, FBI agents were comparing Mills's description to their database of suspects. The scar was the key detail they needed. Marcus Eugene Caldwell had been fingerprinted during a brief arrest for vagrancy in 1969, and his booking photo clearly showed the facial scar. A nationwide manhunt began immediately. Marcus was captured 3 days later at a truck stop outside Barstow, California. He was sitting in a diner, reading his Bible, waiting for what he told police was God's next instruction. When agents approached his table, Marcus didn't resist. He simply closed his Bible, placed his hands on the table, and said, "I've been expecting you. The work is nearly finished." During interrogation, Marcus confessed to every murder with disturbing calm. He provided maps showing where each body could be found, described his methods in clinical detail, and explained his theological reasoning for each killing. He showed no remorse, no understanding that what he had done was wrong. In Marcus's mind, he had performed the ultimate act of Christian love by ensuring these men's salvation. The trial was a media sensation, partly because of the bizarre nature of the crimes, and partly because Marcus insisted on representing himself. He used his time in court not to mount a defense, but to preach. He quoted scripture, delivered sermons about the coming apocalypse, and tried to convince the jury that his actions were divinely inspired. The judge had to repeatedly silence him when his testimony became too disturbing for the families of victims who were present. Marcus was convicted on 43 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent 14 years on death row, during which time he continued writing religious treatises and trying to convert other inmates. He claimed to receive regular visions from God, directing him to prepare for his own martyrdom. Prison chaplains who visited him described a man completely disconnected from reality, living in a world where murder was mercy and death was deliverance. On March 15th, 1992, Marcus Eugene Caldwell was executed by lethal injection at the Arizona State Prison Complex. His last words were a prayer asking God to forgive the state for preventing him from completing his holy mission. He died believing he was a prophet, a chosen instrument of divine will who had saved 43 souls from eternal damnation. The case files on Brother Samuel remain classified to this day. The FBI has never officially confirmed the connection between Marcus Caldwell and the truck stop murders, despite overwhelming evidence. Officially, the case remains unsolved, the victims listed as missing persons rather than homicide victims. Some investigators believe this classification was deliberate, designed to prevent copycat crimes by other religious extremists who might see Marcus as a martyr rather than a murderer. But Marcus Caldwell's twisted crusade was just one chapter in a much darker story. Across the country, in the same decade that Brother Samuel was hunting truckers, another killer was perfecting an entirely different kind of horror. This one didn't see himself as a prophet or a savior. He saw himself as an artist, and human beings were his canvas. Dr. Vincent Pemberton collected butterflies. That's what his colleagues at the University of Chicago knew about him in 1971. Mild-mannered entomology professor lived alone in a cluttered apartment filled with specimen cases, spent his weekends hiking through forests with a net and collection jars. Students found him boring but harmless. He spoke in whispers, never made eye contact, and graded papers with the precision of a Swiss watchmaker. What they didn't know was that Vincent had been collecting something else entirely, something that required much more elaborate preservation techniques than pinning wings to cork boards. Vincent Arthur Pemberton was born in 1934 in Burlington, Vermont, the only child of a mortician father and a mother who taught piano lessons in their funeral home's basement. He grew up surrounded by death, watching his father prepare bodies with the same care most people reserved for Sunday dinner. Vincent learned early that death wasn't frightening if you understood it, if you could control it, if you could make it beautiful. His fascination with insects began during long summer afternoons spent alone in the funeral home's garden while his parents worked. He would catch beetles and butterflies, studying them through a magnifying glass his father had given him for his 8th birthday. But Vincent didn't just want to observe these creatures. He wanted to preserve them forever, to capture their beauty at the exact moment of perfection. He started with killing jars, using ethyl acetate to put insects to sleep before mounting them. But Vincent quickly discovered that the chemical death was too sudden, too violent. The creature's final moments were filled with panic, and that panic somehow transferred to their preserved forms. They looked wrong, artificial, like cheap imitations of the living beauty he was trying to capture. So Vincent developed his own method. He would place insects in sealed containers with just enough air to keep them alive for hours, sometimes days. He would watch them slowly weaken, documenting every stage of their decline with detailed notes and sketches. He recorded the exact moment their movements changed from frantic to graceful, when their struggle transformed into something that looked almost like dancing. This methodical approach to death followed Vincent through his academic career. He earned his doctorate in entomology from Harvard, specializing in the life cycles of rare moths. His dissertation on the preservation of wing patterns in deceased specimens was considered groundbreaking. Vincent had developed techniques that maintained color and texture far better than traditional methods. Museum curators sought his expertise. Scientific journals published his papers. He became known as an artist as much as a scientist. But by the early 1960s, insects were no longer enough. Vincent had perfected their preservation, mastered their beauty, understood their death. He needed a greater challenge, something more complex, more meaningful. He needed subjects that could appreciate what he was doing for them. Vincent's transition from insects to humans began with medical cadavers. As a university professor, he had access to the anatomy lab, where bodies donated to science waited for student dissection. Vincent would arrive early, staying late, spending hours studying the preserved forms. He was particularly fascinated by the embalming process, how chemicals could maintain the appearance of life long after consciousness had departed. But these bodies had been dead too long. The moment of transition, that perfect instant when life became art, had already passed. Vincent needed fresh subjects, people who could experience the transformation he was offering them, people who could understand in their final moments that they were becoming something greater than they had ever been in life. His first victim was a graduate student named Margaret Ellis, who stayed late in the lab one November evening in 1968. Vincent found her working alone, preparing slides for her thesis research. She was dedicated, serious, the kind of student who understood the beauty of scientific precision. Vincent saw potential in her, a canvas worthy of his greatest work. He approached Margaret with a cup of coffee laced with a mild sedative, claiming he'd made too much and didn't want it to go to waste. Margaret accepted gratefully, and within minutes she began to feel drowsy. Vincent helped her to the formaldehyde F chair, explaining that she was experiencing a rare reaction. Vincent took Margaret to his special rooms in the lab. He offered to drive her home to make sure she was safe. Instea prepared basement laboratory beneath his apartment building. The space was immaculate, temperature controlled, filled with equipment he'd acquired over years of careful planning. Glass cases lined the walls, each one containing a perfectly preserved specimen. But these weren't insects. These were human beings, arranged in poses that Vincent considered artistic expressions of their final moments. Margaret became Vincent's masterpiece. He spent 3 days with her, documenting every stage of the preservation process. He used a combination of chemicals he'd developed himself, compounds that slowed cellular decay while maintaining tissue flexibility. The result was a form of preservation that looked more lifelike than any mummy or medical specimen. Margaret appeared to be sleeping, dreaming, caught in a moment of perfect peace. Vincent photographed Margaret from every angle, wrote detailed notes about the chemical process, even composed poetry about the transformation he had facilitated. To him, she wasn't dead. She was eternal, freed from the decay and corruption that plagued all living things. He had given her the greatest gift possible: permanence. Over the next 7 years, Vincent collected 12 more specimens. Graduate students who worked late, visiting researchers who stayed after hours, even a janitor who had the misfortune of discovering Vincent's laboratory one winter night. Each person became part of his collection, perfectly preserved and arranged in poses that Vincent believed captured their essential nature. Vincent's method evolved with each subject. He refined his chemical formulas, improved his preservation techniques, developed new ways of maintaining the illusion of life and death. His basement laboratory became a museum of his work, a gallery where he could admire his achievements and plan future acquisitions. The selection process was crucial. Vincent didn't kill randomly or out of passion. Each victim was chosen for specific qualities: bone structure, skin tone, facial features that would photograph well under his laboratory lights. He kept detailed files on potential subjects, studying them for weeks before making his approach. Vincent saw himself as a curator, building a collection that would someday be recognized as high art. His cover story was perfect. As a respected professor with legitimate access to preservation chemicals and laboratory equipment, Vincent could acquire everything he needed without suspicion. His colleagues knew him as a dedicated researcher who often worked late into the night. Students found him eccentric but harmless. No one questioned his solitary lifestyle or his reluctance to socialize outside of work. The investigation that eventually exposed Vincent began with a missing person report filed by Margaret Ellis's sister. Margaret had been scheduled to defend her thesis in December 1968, but she never showed up for the hearing. Her apartment was undisturbed, her research materials still in the lab, her car parked in its usual spot. She had simply vanished. Initially, police assumed Margaret had suffered a nervous breakdown from academic pressure. Graduate students disappearing wasn't uncommon, especially around thesis deadlines. But as more students and researchers went missing over the following years, patterns began to emerge. All the disappearances happened at the university. All the victims had been working late in laboratories or libraries. All of them had vanished without taking any personal belongings. Detective Sarah Chen was assigned to the case in 1974 after the seventh disappearance. Unlike her predecessors, Chen didn't believe in coincidences. 7 people couldn't vanish from the same location without someone noticing something. She began interviewing everyone who worked in the science building, mapping out who had access to which areas, tracking down anyone who might have seen the victims on their final days. Vincent's name came up repeatedly. Students remembered seeing him in the hallways at odd hours. Security guards noted that his laboratory lights were often on all night. Colleagues mentioned his extensive knowledge of preservation techniques. But Vincent was helpful during interviews, providing detailed information about university security procedures and offering theories about what might have happened to the missing people. The breakthrough came when Chen discovered Vincent's chemical purchase records. Over the past 6 years, he had ordered enough formaldehyde, phenol, and other embalming compounds to preserve dozens of human bodies. When questioned about the excessive quantities, Vincent claimed he was conducting long-term research on tissue preservation that required large amounts of materials. Chen obtained a warrant to search Vincent's apartment and laboratory. What they found exceeded even her worst expectations. 13 perfectly preserved human bodies, arranged throughout the basement like. Each museum display specimen was posed differently, lit by specially designed lamps, accompanied by detailed placards describing the preservation process and artistic intent. Vincent was present during the search, calmly explaining his work to the horrified officers. He showed them his journals, his photographs, his chemical formulas. He spoke about each victim by name, describing their unique qualities and what they had contributed to his collection. Vincent seemed genuinely confused by the officers' reactions. In his mind, he had created something beautiful, something that transcended the ordinary boundaries between life and death. During his trial, Vincent represented himself, using his time in court to lecture about the artistic value of his work. He brought photographs of his preserved specimens, comparing them to classical sculptures and Renaissance paintings. He argued that death was simply another medium for artistic expression, that he had elevated these ordinary people into something extraordinary. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours. Vincent was convicted on 13 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He showed no emotion during the verdict, no understanding that society viewed his art as horror. Even in prison, Vincent continued writing about preservation techniques, developing new theories about the relationship between death and beauty. Vincent Pemberton was executed by electric chair in 1981. His final words were a request that his own body be preserved using his specialized techniques so that his work could continue to inspire future artists. The request was denied. His basement laboratory was sealed and later destroyed, though some evidence suggested that not all of Vincent's specimens had been recovered. The case files described Vincent as one of the most methodical killers in criminal history. Unlike murderers driven by rage or sexual compulsion, Vincent killed for aesthetic reasons. His victims weren't random targets, but carefully chosen subjects for an art form that only he understood. The psychological evaluations painted a picture of a man so disconnected from normal human emotion that he genuinely believed murder was a form of creative expression. But Vincent Pemberton's Twisted Gallery was just one example of how evil can hide behind intellectual respectability. In the same decade that the professor was perfecting his preservation techniques, another killer was operating with a completely different motivation. This one didn't see death as art. He saw it as mathematics, and every victim was simply another number in an equation that would never balance. The town of Millfield, Kansas, had exactly 2,847 residents, according to the 1976 census. Thomas Meridian knew this because he had counted them himself. Not officially, of course. Thomas worked as a data analyst for the county planning office, spending his days updating population records and tracking demographic changes. But his real counting happened after hours, when he would drive the empty streets with a clipboard and tally marks, making sure the official numbers were correct. Thomas had been obsessed with numbers since childhood, not mathematics as most people understood it, but the deeper patterns that governed human existence. He saw numerical relationships everywhere, in birth rates and death rates, in the spacing of houses along streets, in the exact timing of traffic lights. The world operated according to mathematical principles that most people were too distracted to notice. Born in 1943 in Millfield, Thomas grew up as the son of the town's only accountant. His father, Harold Meridian, handled taxes and bookkeeping for every business and most families in town. Thomas learned early that numbers told stories about people's lives, revealed secrets they thought were hidden. A sudden drop in income meant someone had lost their job. Unusual medical expenses suggested illness in the family. The numbers never lied, even when people did. By high school, Thomas had memorized the vital statistics of everyone in Millfield. He knew who was born each year, who died, who moved away. He calculated birth rates, mortality rates, migration patterns. Thomas discovered that Millfield's population had remained remarkably stable for decades, fluctuating only slightly around the 2,800 mark. This stability fascinated him. It suggested that the town had reached some kind of equilibrium, a perfect mathematical balance. But in 1975, that balance began to shift. New families started moving to Millfield, drawn by jobs at a small manufacturing plant that had opened on the outskirts of town. The population crept upward, 2,051, then 2,063, then 2,879. Thomas watched the growing numbers climb with anxiety. The town was expanding beyond its natural limits, disrupting patterns that had maintained themselves for generations. Thomas began to see the newcomers as a contamination, foreign elements that were destabilizing Millfield's mathematical perfection. They didn't understand the town's rhythms, didn't respect the careful balance that had existed for so long. Their children crowded the schools, their cars clogged the streets, their very presence upset calculations that had worked flawlessly for decades. The solution came to Thomas during a sleepless night in November 1975. If the population had grown beyond its natural limits, then correction was necessary. Mathematical systems had ways of self regulating, of eliminating excess variables that disrupted proper function. Thomas realized that he could serve as that regulatory mechanism, removing the surplus population until Millfield returned to its optimal size. His first victim was a newcomer named David Chen, an engineer who had moved to town with his wife and two young children. Thomas had calculated that the Chen family represented exactly 4 excess units in Millfield's population equation. By removing them, he could begin the process of restoring mathematical balance. Thomas approached the problem with the same methodical precision he used in his data analysis work. He studied the Chen family's routines, mapping their daily movements, calculating the optimal time and location for intervention. He acquired the necessary tools, a small caliber pistol that would minimize noise, plastic sheeting to contain biological evidence, cleaning supplies to eliminate traces. The killings happened on a Saturday evening when the Chens were returning from dinner at the town's only restaurant. Thomas had positioned himself along their route home in a location he had determined would provide maximum privacy and minimum chance of discovery. He approached their car claiming to be a county official conducting a traffic survey, asking them to pull over for a brief questionnaire. Thomas shot David first, then his wife Linda, then their children Amy and Michael. Each death was quick, efficient, calculated to minimize suffering while achieving the desired numerical result. Thomas felt no pleasure in the killings, no emotional satisfaction. This was simply mathematical correction, as impersonal as balancing a ledger or updating a database. After disposing of the bodies in a location he had selected for its statistical invisibility, Thomas updated his population records. The Chen family was subtracted from Millfield's total, bringing the count down to 2,875. Progress, but not enough. The town was still above its optimal population level. Over the following 2 years, Thomas systematically eliminated what he calculated as surplus residents. He targeted newcomers exclusively, families, and individuals who had moved to Millfield since 1970. Each killing was planned with mathematical precision, timed to minimize disruption to the town's statistical patterns. Thomas developed increasingly sophisticated methods for selecting victims. He created algorithms based on factors like length of residence, family size, economic contribution to the community, and integration into local social networks. Newcomers with the lowest integration scores were prioritized for removal. Thomas saw this as rational resource management, eliminating inefficiencies in Millfield's demographic composition. The disappearances were initially attributed to families moving away without updating their addresses. In a small town where people came and went regularly, missing person reports weren't always filed promptly. Thomas had calculated this delay into his planning, understanding that several weeks or months would pass before anyone realized his victims were actually dead rather than relocated. But Thomas made his first error when he targeted the Morrison family in March 1970. Unlike his previous victims, the Morrisons had developed close friendships in Millfield despite living there for only 18 months. When they failed to appear for a scheduled dinner party, their friends immediately contacted police. The subsequent investigation revealed that the Morrisons hadn't simply moved away. Their house was abandoned mid-meal, their belongings left behind, their car still in the driveway. Detective Roy Campbell began investigating what appeared to be the town's first multiple disappearance case. As he examined missing person reports from the previous 2 years, Campbell noticed a disturbing pattern. All of the disappeared families were newcomers to Millfields. All had vanished without taking any possessions. All had disappeared during periods when someone with detailed knowledge of their routines could have predicted their whereabouts. Campbell's investigation focused on people with access to demographic information about Millfield's residents. The list was surprisingly short: the mayor's office, the school district, the post office, and the county planning department. Thomas Meridian's name appeared on Campbell's interview list as someone who might have insights into population changes that could explain the disappearances. During their initial interview, Thomas was helpful and cooperative. He provided detailed statistics about Millfield's demographic trends, explaining how the recent population growth had strained local resources and services. Thomas even offered theories about why newcomer families might choose to leave town suddenly, citing economic pressures and social integration difficulties. But Campbell noticed something odd about Thomas's explanations. He spoke about the missing families in past tense, as if their departure was a confirmed fact rather than an ongoing mystery. Thomas also demonstrated unusually detailed knowledge about the family's personal circumstances, information that wouldn't normally be available to a county data analyst. The breakthrough came when Campbell examined Thomas's work computer and discovered files containing comprehensive demographic profiles of every missing family. The files included information that went far beyond official records: work schedules, shopping habits, social connections, even details about family arguments and financial problems. Thomas had been conducting surveillance on these families for months before they disappeared. When confronted with this evidence, Thomas didn't deny his involvement. Instead, he explained his actions in the calm, rational tone he used for presenting statistical reports. He showed Campbell his population calculations, his algorithms for victim selection, his projections for returning Millfield to optimal demographic balance. Thomas genuinely believed he had been performing a necessary civic service. The search for bodies led investigators to a remote section of county land that Thomas had identified as statistically unlikely to be disturbed by development or recreational use. 17 victims were recovered from carefully organized burial sites, each grave marked with small metal tags containing numerical codes that corresponded to Thomas's record-keeping system. Thomas Meridian was charged with 17 counts of first-degree murder. During his trial, he represented himself, using his time in court to present detailed mathematical proofs of his actions' necessity. He argued that population control was essential for maintaining community stability, that his methods were more humane than allowing overcrowding to create social problems. The jury found Thomas guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Even after conviction, Thomas continued to calculate Millfield's population from his cell tracking births and deaths through newspaper obituaries and birth announcements. He wrote letters to town officials suggesting optimal population targets and offering to continue his demographic analysis work from prison. Thomas died in prison in 1995, still maintaining detailed numerical records of every community he could research from behind bars. His cell was found filled with notebooks containing population statistics for dozens of small towns across the Midwest, each one annotated with his calculations for optimal demographic balance. The case of Thomas Meridian represents one of the few documented examples of mathematical serial killing. Unlike murderers driven by psychological compulsion or sadistic pleasure, Thomas killed to satisfy numerical obsessions that made perfect sense to him but horrified everyone else. His victims weren't chosen for personal reasons, but as statistical variables in an equation that existed only in his mind. The files on Thomas Meridian's case were sealed for nearly a decade, not because of ongoing investigation, but because investigators found something else hidden in his basement. Beneath the floorboards of his Millfield home, they discovered a second set of records. These weren't population statistics or demographic calculations. They were correspondence. Letters exchanged between Thomas and someone who signed themselves only as the curator. The letters dated back to 1974, a full year before Thomas began his killing spree. The curator had somehow identified Thomas as a kindred spirit, someone who shared a similar obsession with numerical perfection. But where Thomas focused on population control, the curator was interested in something far more complex: the mathematical patterns that governed human suffering itself. The curator claimed to be conducting what he called pain experiments across multiple locations, measuring how different variables affected the duration and intensity of human agony. He wrote about victims like they were data points, describing torture methods with the clinical detachment of a research scientist. The letters contained detailed charts showing optimal ratios between physical and psychological torment, graphs mapping the relationship between hope and despair. What terrified investigators wasn't just the content of these letters, but their scope. The curator referenced subjects in at least 12 different states, suggesting a killing spree that had been ongoing for years. He wrote about maintaining multiple laboratories where he could conduct controlled experiments away from prying eyes. Most disturbing of all, he hinted at a network of like-minded individuals, people he referred to as colleagues, who shared his scientific approach to murder. The FBI quietly launched an investigation to identify the curator, but the trail went cold almost immediately. The letters had been mailed from different post offices across the country, never the same location twice. The handwriting was precise, but revealed no obvious identifying characteristics. Chemical analysis of the paper and ink yielded nothing useful. The curator had vanished as completely as if he had never existed. But the investigation did uncover something else. In a storage unit rented under one of Thomas Meridian's false names, agents found boxes of newspaper clippings dating back to 1968. The clippings described unusual murders from across the United States, cases that had gone unsolved or been attributed to unrelated killers. Thomas had been collecting them, organizing them by what appeared to be mathematical criteria. Some clippings described families found dead in their homes, arranged in geometric patterns that investigators had dismissed as ritualistic behavior. Others detailed disappearances from small towns, always in numbers that seemed to follow statistical progressions. A few described torture murders so methodical and precise that local police had assumed they were dealing with someone with medical or scientific training. When FBI behavioral analysts examined these cases collectively, a disturbing pattern emerged. The crimes weren't random. They were connected by mathematical relationships that suggested a single organized intelligence behind them. The curator hadn't been working alone. He had been coordinating multiple killers across the country, each one specializing in different aspects of what appeared to be a decades long experiment in human suffering. The realization that Thomas Meridian had been part of something larger sent shockwaves through law enforcement. If the curator was real, if he truly had been operating a network of mathematically minded killers, then dozens of unsolved cases might suddenly make sense. But it also meant that other members of this network were still out there, still conducting their twisted research. One of those network members had been operating much closer to home than anyone realized. In the industrial city of Millbrook, Pennsylvania, where steel mills belched smoke into perpetually gray skies, a man named Dr. Eugene Blackwood had been conducting his own experiments in human endurance. But unlike Thomas Meridian's population calculations or Vincent Pemberton's artistic preservation, Eugene's work focused on something far more immediate, discovering exactly how much pain a human being could survive. Eugene Blackwood wasn't technically a doctor, though he had convinced everyone in Millbrook that he was. Born in 1941 in rural West Virginia, Eugene had spent 2 years as a medic in Vietnam before being dishonorably discharged for conducting unauthorized experiments on wounded soldiers. The official records were classified, but witnesses described procedures that had nothing to do with medical treatment and everything to do with scientific curiosity about human pain thresholds. After Vietnam, Eugene drifted through various jobs in healthcare, always moving before anyone could verify his credentials. He worked as a paramedic in Cleveland, a morgue attendant in Detroit, even a veterinary assistant in rural Ohio. Each position gave him access to medical equipment and knowledge about anatomy, but more importantly, they allowed him to observe suffering up close. In 1973, Eugene settled in Millbrook and opened what he called a pain management clinic in a converted warehouse on the outskirts of town. The clinic catered to people who couldn't afford legitimate medical care, undocumented workers from the steel mills, addicts seeking treatment, elderly residents living on fixed incomes. Eugene's prices were reasonable, his manner professional, and his treatments seemed to provide genuine relief. What Eugene's patients didn't know was that their visits were being recorded. Hidden cameras captured every session, documenting their responses to different types of pain. Eugene had converted the warehouse's basement into what he privately called his laboratory, a soundproofed space filled with medical equipment he had acquired through various illegal channels. Eugene's method was to gradually escalate the intensity of his treatments over multiple visits. He would start with legitimate procedures, building trust with patients who were desperate for affordable care. But slowly, session by session, he would introduce elements that served his research rather than their healing. Injections that caused burning sensations, electrical stimulation that crossed the line from therapeutic to torturous, surgical procedures performed without adequate anesthesia. The patients who questioned these methods were told they were experimental treatments that required precise measurement of pain responses to be effective. Eugene had a gift for medical doublespeak, explaining his procedures with enough technical terminology to convince uneducated patients that their suffering was necessary for their recovery. Those who remained suspicious simply stopped coming, and Eugene would cross their names off his research files. But some patients couldn't stop coming. Eugene had carefully identified individuals with chronic conditions that required ongoing treatment: diabetes, heart problems, severe arthritis. These patients were dependent on his clinic for medications and procedures they couldn't obtain elsewhere. Eugene gradually increased their dependence while escalating his experiments, knowing they had nowhere else to turn. Over 6 years, Eugene subjected nearly 200 patients to procedures that ranged from medically questionable to outright torture. He documented everything: pain tolerance levels, psychological responses to prolonged suffering, the exact point at which hope turned to despair. His basement laboratory contained thousands of hours of video footage, detailed medical charts, and what he called his pain atlas, a comprehensive guide to inflicting precise amounts of suffering. The most disturbing aspect of Eugene's operation was his correspondence with the curator. Like Thomas Meridian, Eugene had been contacted by this mysterious figure who seemed to coordinate a network of like minded killers. The curator provided Eugene with specific research objectives, suggesting particular experiments that would contribute to some larger understanding of human suffering. Eugene's letters to the curator described his findings in clinical detail. He wrote about patients who begged for death after hours of precisely calibrated torture. He documented the psychological breakdown that occurred when subjects realized their trusted doctor was actually their tormentor. Most chilling of all, he reported on patients who had developed what he called learned helplessness, complete psychological submission that made them willing participants in their own destruction. The curator's responses encouraged Eugene to push his experiments further. He suggested new techniques, provided information about pain research conducted by other network members, and gradually guided Eugene toward what he called terminal studies, experiments that would necessarily end in death. Eugene's first murder was a homeless man named Robert Chen, who had been coming to the clinic for treatment of infected wounds from living on the streets. Robert had no family, no fixed address, no one who would miss him if he disappeared. Eugene kept him sedated in the basement laboratory for 3 weeks, conducting increasingly invasive procedures while documenting every stage of his physical and psychological deterioration. When Robert finally died, Eugene felt what he described in his letters as scientific satisfaction. He had successfully mapped the complete progression from hope to despair to acceptance of death. The data he had collected represented, in his mind, a breakthrough in understanding human endurance. The curator's response was enthusiastic, encouraging Eugene to conduct more terminal studies with different types of subjects. Over the next 2 years, Eugene killed 17 patients in his basement laboratory. Each death was documented with the same clinical precision he had used for his non fatal experiments. He selected victims carefully, people who wouldn't be missed, individuals whose disappearances could be explained by their transient lifestyles or terminal medical conditions. Eugene's downfall came from an unexpected source. In 1981, a social worker named Maria Santos began investigating reports of unusual deaths among Millbrook's undocumented population. Several families had mentioned relatives who had been receiving treatment at Eugene's clinic before disappearing. The deaths weren't suspicious in isolation, but collectively they suggested a pattern. Santos began visiting the clinic, posing as a patient seeking treatment for chronic back pain. She noticed immediately that something was wrong. The facility looked professional, but Eugene's examination techniques seemed designed more to cause pain than diagnose problems. His questions focused obsessively on her pain tolerance, her family situation, whether anyone would be concerned if her treatments required extended stays at the clinic. Most disturbing was what Santos observed in other patients. People who had been coming to the clinic for months displayed signs of severe psychological trauma. They flinched at Eugene's touch, seemed terrified of disappointing him, and spoke about their treatments with the resigned acceptance of abuse victims. Santos realized she was witnessing systematic torture disguised as medical care. Santos contacted federal authorities rather than local police, suspecting that Eugene's operation was too sophisticated for a single individual working alone. The FBI investigation that followed uncovered not just Eugene's torture laboratory, but also his correspondence with the curator. For the first time, agents had concrete evidence that a coordinated network of killers had been operating across the country. The raid on Eugene's clinic revealed the full scope of his experiments. The basement laboratory contained equipment that belonged in a medieval dungeon rather than a medical facility. Walls were lined with charts documenting different torture techniques. Filing cabinets held detailed records on hundreds of patients, noting their pain responses and psychological breaking points. Most horrific were the video recordings. Thousands of hours of footage showed Eugene's experiments in progress, documenting the name of scientific research destruction of human beings in. The recordings revealed that Eugene had not been working alone. Other figures appeared in some videos, individuals who assisted with procedures or consulted on experimental design. The curator's network was larger than anyone had imagined. Eugene Blackwood was arrested without resistance. Like other members of the curator's network, he showed no understanding that his actions were criminal. During interrogation, he spoke about his research with pride, describing breakthroughs he had achieved in understanding pain tolerance and psychological endurance. He seemed genuinely confused by investigators' horror at his methods. The trial became a media sensation when details of Eugene's experiments were revealed. The prosecution presented evidence of systematic torture conducted under the guise of medical treatment. Defense attorneys argued that Eugene suffered from severe mental illness that prevented him from understanding the difference between legitimate research and criminal torture. Eugene was convicted on 17 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. On death row, he continued writing detailed letters to researchers, offering his findings for what he called the advancement of medical science. Prison officials intercepted correspondence addressed to individuals they suspected might be other members of the curator's network. Eugene Blackwood was executed by lethal injection in 1989. His final words were a request that his research materials be preserved for future scientific study. The request was denied, and all physical evidence from his laboratory was destroyed. But the case files remained active as the FBI continued investigating the curator's network. The investigation into the curator revealed that the network had been operating since at least the mid 1960s, with members in major cities across the United States. Each killer specialized in different aspects of what appeared to be a comprehensive study of human suffering and death. But despite years of investigation, the curator's identity remained unknown. Then, in 1987, a break came from an unexpected source. A routine arrest in Miami led to the discovery of another network member, someone whose experiments had been so carefully concealed that local authorities had never suspected they were dealing with a serial killer at all. Dr. Rachel Thornfield had been Miami's most respected pediatric surgeon for over a decade when the first child went missing from her hospital ward. 8-year-old Timothy Walsh was recovering from routine appendix surgery when nurses discovered his bed empty during the midnight rounds. Security didn't trigger any alarms or alerts. The boy had simply vanished without triggering any staff members. Footage showed nothing unusual. Hospital administrators assumed Timothy had somehow wandered off, perhaps confused by post surgical medication. A search of the building turned up nothing, but everyone expected he would be found hiding in a supply closet or stairwell. Children recovering from surgery sometimes became disoriented, and Miami General was a maze of corridors that could confuse even adults. But Timothy wasn't found in the hospital. 3 days later, his body was discovered in a drainage canal 15 miles away. The autopsy revealed that he had died from surgical complications, specifically from what appeared to be an experimental procedure performed on his brainstem. The incisions were precise, professional, made by someone with advanced medical training. Most disturbing of all, the surgery had been performed while Timothy was conscious but paralyzed. Dr. Rachel Thornfield had been born in 1943 in rural Georgia, the daughter of a country doctor who performed surgery on his kitchen table when the nearest hospital was too far away. Rachel learned early that healing and hurting were separated by the thinnest of margins, that the knife that saved could just as easily destroy. Her childhood was spent watching her father work, learning anatomy from cadavers he kept in the root cellar, understanding that death was simply another medical condition to be studied and controlled. Rachel excelled in medical school, graduating summa cum laude from Johns Hopkins in 1968. Her specialty in pediatric surgery seemed natural, a calling that combined her technical skills with what colleagues described as genuine compassion for children. She completed her residency at Boston Children's Hospital, where she developed innovative techniques for treating birth defects and childhood cancers. But Rachel's interest in children went beyond healing them. During her residency, she became fascinated by the developing nervous system, particularly how pain receptors formed during early childhood. She theorized that children experienced pain differently than adults, that their neural pathways could be manipulated in ways that were impossible once the brain reached full maturity. Rachel's legitimate research involved studying pain management in pediatric patients. developing methods to minimize suffering during necessary medical procedures. But privately, she was exploring darker questions. How much pain could a child's nervous system tolerate before permanent damage occurred? At what age did psychological trauma become irreversible? Could pain sensitivity be artificially enhanced or reduced through targeted interventions? Her initial experiments were subtle, conducted during routine surgeries with patients who were already under anesthesia. Rachel would make additional incisions, test nerve responses, document how different areas of the brain reacted to stimulation. The procedures added only minutes to standard operations, and the children recovered normally with no memory of what had been done to them. But Rachel quickly realized that anesthetized subjects provided limited data. To truly understand pediatric pain responses, she needed conscious subjects who could communicate their experiences. That's when she began selecting special patients for what she called extended observation. Rachel's method was to identify children who were scheduled for complex surgeries, operations that would require several days of hospital recovery. These patients were often from troubled backgrounds, families dealing with addiction or domestic violence who might not visit regularly or ask detailed questions about their child's treatment. Rachel would perform the scheduled surgery successfully, then keep the child sedated for additional procedures she claimed were necessary for proper healing. The basement levels of Miami General contained research facilities that most staff never visited. Rachel had requisitioned space for what she described as a pediatric pain management laboratory, claiming she was developing new treatments for children with chronic conditions. Hospital administrators approved the project enthusiastically, impressed by Rachel's reputation and the potential for breakthrough treatments. Rachel's laboratory was equipped with monitoring devices that could measure every aspect of a child's physiological response to pain: heart rate, blood pressure, brain activity, stress hormone levels, even microscopic changes in facial expressions were recorded and analyzed. Rachel developed techniques for maintaining consciousness while preventing movement, keeping her subjects alert enough to experience and report on sensations while unable to resist or escape. Her first extended experiment involved a 10-year-old boy named Marcus who had been admitted for tumor removal. Rachel performed the scheduled surgery perfectly, but instead of returning Marcus to the regular ward, she transferred him to her basement laboratory. For 6 days, she subjected him to increasingly intense procedures designed to map his pain responses with scientific precision. Rachel documented everything. She recorded Marcus's verbal responses to different types of stimulation, measured how his pain tolerance changed over time, noted the exact point at which hope transformed into despair. Her research notes described a child begging for death, pleading for his mother, promising to be good if the pain would stop. To Rachel, these weren't cries of suffering, but valuable data points in her research. When Marcus finally died, Rachel felt what she described in her letters to the curator as scientific breakthrough. She had successfully mapped the complete progression of pediatric pain response from initial discomfort to final psychological collapse. The data represented years of research compressed into less than a week of intensive study. The curator's response was enthusiastic. Like the other network members, Rachel had been recruited based on her specialized knowledge and access to vulnerable subjects. The curator provided her with specific research objectives, suggesting experiments that would contribute to a comprehensive understanding of human pain across all age groups. Children represented a crucial demographic that other network members couldn't access. Over the next 5 years, Rachel conducted terminal experiments on 23 children between the ages of 6 and 14. Each death was documented with clinical precision, contributing to what she believed was groundbreaking research in pediatric pain management. The children came from the margins of society, patients whose disappearances could be explained by family dysfunction or medical complications. Rachel's selection criteria evolved over time. She preferred children with high intelligence who could articulate their experiences clearly. She sought subjects with stable family backgrounds who had known love and security, believing their psychological responses would be more pronounced than children already traumatized by abuse or neglect. Most importantly, she chose patients whose scheduled surgeries provided cover for extended absences from the regular hospital wards. The investigation that eventually exposed Rachel began with a nurse named Patricia Wells, who had worked at Miami General for over 20 years. Patricia noticed that certain children seemed to disappear from the hospital's computer systems after being transferred to Dr. Thornfield's research unit. When she tried to visit these patients to check on their recovery, she was told they had been discharged or transferred to other facilities. Patricia's suspicions deepened when she realized that none of the children supposedly treated in Rachel's laboratory ever returned for follow-up appointments. In pediatric surgery, post-operative care was crucial, and most children required multiple visits to ensure proper healing. But the research unit patients simply vanished from the hospital's records as if they had never existed. Patricia began keeping her own records, documenting which children were transferred to the research unit and what happened to them afterward. Over several months, she identified 17 cases where children had been moved to Rachel's laboratory and never seen again. When she approached hospital administrators with her concerns, she was told that Dr. Thornfield's research was classified and that patient confidentiality prevented disclosure of specific treatment details. Frustrated by the hospital's response, Patricia contacted the FBI directly. Her report triggered an investigation that quickly revealed connections to the curator's network. Rachel's correspondence with the mysterious coordinator contained detailed descriptions of her experiments, along with data that was being shared with other network members conducting similar research on adult subjects. The raid on Miami General's research facilities uncovered Rachel's laboratory in its full horror. The basement space contained equipment designed specifically for inflicting and measuring pain in conscious children. Walls were covered with charts documenting pediatric pain responses at different developmental stages. Filing cabinets held detailed records on dozens of young victims, noting their psychological breaking points and physiological limits. Most disturbing were Rachel's research notes, written in the same clinical language she used for legitimate medical procedures. She described children's suffering with scientific detachment, treating their agony as fascinating data rather than human tragedy. Her notes revealed a complete disconnect between her professional reputation as a healer and her private identity as a torturer of the most vulnerable patients imaginable. Rachel was arrested at the hospital while performing routine surgery on a child who, investigators later confirmed, was scheduled to be her next research subject. Like other network members, she showed no understanding that her actions were criminal. During interrogation, she spoke proudly about her contributions to pediatric medicine, describing breakthroughs she believed would eventually revolutionize pain management for children worldwide. The trial became one of the most closely watched in Florida history. The prosecution presented evidence of systematic torture and murder conducted under the guise of medical research. Defense attorneys argued that Rachel suffered from a severe dissociative disorder that prevented her from recognizing the difference between legitimate research and criminal experimentation. Rachel Thornfield was convicted on 23 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. On death row, she continued writing research proposals, offering to conduct studies that would contribute to medical knowledge. Prison officials intercepted numerous letters addressed to medical journals and research institutions, all proposing experiments that would require access to human subjects. Rachel was executed by lethal injection in 1994. Her final words were a statement about the scientific value of her work and a request that her research materials be preserved for future medical studies. The request was denied, and all evidence from her laboratory was destroyed under federal oversight. The case files on Rachel Thornfield remained sealed for years, not because of ongoing investigation, but because of what investigators found in her personal effects. Hidden in her home office were detailed architectural plans for what appeared to be a much larger research facility, designed to accommodate hundreds of subjects across multiple age groups. The plans were annotated with notes about optimal soundproofing, waste disposal systems, and security measures that would prevent discovery. Most chilling were Rachel's personal journals, which revealed that the Miami operation had been intended as a pilot program for something much more ambitious. She wrote about plans to establish similar facilities in other cities, each one specializing in different aspects of pain research. The curator had apparently been coordinating the development of what could only be described as a nationwide network of torture laboratories disguised as medical facilities. The FBI investigation into the curator's network expanded dramatically following Rachel's arrest. Agents realized they were dealing with something unprecedented, a coordinated group of killers operating under the guise of scientific research, each one contributing specialized knowledge to a comprehensive study of human suffering. But despite years of investigation and multiple arrests, the curator's identity remained unknown. The network had been operating with sophisticated security measures that suggested military or intelligence training. Members communicated through coded letters mailed from different locations. Meeting sites were chosen according to complex patterns that made surveillance nearly impossible. Most disturbing of all, the network appeared to have infiltrated legitimate institutions, using hospitals, universities, and research facilities as cover for their activities. Then, in 1989, investigators got their first real break. A computer programmer working for a medical supply company in Atlanta discovered something unusual in the company's shipping records. Certain items were being delivered to addresses that didn't correspond to any known medical facilities. When agents investigated these locations, they found abandoned warehouses that had been converted into sophisticated research laboratories. The Atlanta discovery led to similar findings in 7 other cities. Each facility contained equipment designed for human experimentation, along with detailed records of procedures that had been conducted over several years. The laboratories were connected by a computer network that allowed real time sharing of research data between locations. But the most significant discovery came from analyzing the computer network itself. The system had been designed with multiple security layers that required advanced technical knowledge to penetrate. When FBI computer specialists finally gained access to the central database, they found comprehensive records of experiments conducted by network members across the country. The database contained detailed profiles of over 3,000 victims, cross referenced by demographics, pain tolerance levels, and psychological responses to different types of torture. The information was organized according to research categories that suggested a systematic attempt to map every aspect of human suffering: age, gender, race, educational background, medical history, even childhood trauma were all variables being studied. Most disturbing was the database's administrative section, which contained personnel records for network members and operational guidelines for conducting experiments. The files revealed that the curator wasn't a single individual, but a group of people with backgrounds in medicine, psychology, and military intelligence. They had been recruiting specialists for over 20 years, building a network that operated like a scientific institution dedicated to understanding human pain. The investigation culminated in a series of coordinated raids across 12 states in March 1991. FBI agents simultaneously struck facilities in major cities, arresting network members and seizing thousands of documents that detailed the full scope of their operations. But when agents reached the network's central headquarters in a converted warehouse outside Denver, they found the facility abandoned. The curator group had vanished, leaving behind only empty rooms and wiped computer systems. The raids did result in the arrest of 17 network members, including doctors, researchers, and support staff who had been conducting experiments for years. But the core leadership had escaped, taking with them research data that represented decades of systematic torture and murder. Investigators found evidence suggesting that some network members had been relocated to other countries where their activities could continue without interference. The case officially remained open, but practical investigation ended in 1993 when the last known facility was raided and found empty. The FBI estimated that the curator's network had been responsible for over 5,000 deaths across 3 decades, making it one of the largest coordinated killing operations in criminal history. But without the leadership group in custody, the full scope of their activities would never be known. Today, the case files on the curator network remain classified at the highest levels. Officially, the investigation concluded that the network had been completely dismantled and all members either arrested or deceased. But some investigators who worked the case believe otherwise. They point to unsolved murders in other countries that bear the hallmarks of network operations, suggesting that the curator group simply relocated their activities to places with less sophisticated law enforcement. The legacy of the Curator Network extends beyond the immediate victims. The case fundamentally changed how federal authorities investigate organized crime, leading to new protocols for identifying coordinated criminal enterprises that operate across multiple jurisdictions. It also highlighted the vulnerability of institutions like hospitals and universities to infiltration by individuals using legitimate credentials to access vulnerable populations. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Curator Network was how long it operated without detection. For over 20 years, dozens of killers had been conducting systematic torture and murder while maintaining respectable public identities. They had used society's trust in medical and scientific institutions to access victims who were completely defenseless against their predations. The network had succeeded because its members understood that the most effective way to hide extreme evil was behind a facade of normalcy. They weren't the monsters lurking in shadows that populated popular imagination. They were the trusted professionals that society depended upon: doctors, researchers, caregivers. They had proven that the greatest horrors could unfold in plain sight, disguised as healing, research, and progress. And somewhere, in files that remain sealed to this day, are the names of network members who were never found, individuals who may still be operating under new identities in new locations. The Curator Network had been larger than anyone realized, with tentacles reaching into institutions across the country. Even now, decades later, investigators occasionally encounter cases that bear the hallmarks of network operations, suggesting that some members escaped justice entirely. The possibility that elements of the network remain active is a nightmare scenario that law enforcement refuses to discuss publicly. But privately, some agents who worked the case believe that the Curator Group simply went deeper underground, continuing their research in locations and ways that make detection nearly impossible. The network had proven that evil could organize itself with scientific precision, and once that knowledge existed, it couldn't be completely eliminated. In the end, the Curator Network represented something that challenged fundamental assumptions about human nature and criminal behavior. These weren't isolated psychopaths acting on individual compulsions. They were organized professionals conducting systematic research into human suffering, approaching torture and murder with the same methodical precision that legitimate scientists brought to curing disease. Their legacy lives on in the sealed case files, in the classified reports that document horrors too disturbing for public knowledge, and in the nightmares of investigators who spent years documenting evidence of systematic evil. The network had proven that the most terrifying monsters weren't mythical creatures or lone madmen, but ordinary people who had chosen to organize their darkest impulses into something resembling science. The question that haunts those familiar with the case isn't whether such networks could form again, but whether they already have. In a world where information travels instantly and like minded individuals can find each other across vast distances, the tools that made the Curator Network possible have only become more sophisticated. The technology that once required military grade resources is now available to anyone with sufficient technical knowledge, and in medical facilities, research institutions, and care facilities across the country, trusted professionals continue their work with vulnerable populations. Most are genuine healers and researchers whose dedication saves lives and advances human knowledge. But among them, hidden behind credentials and institutional authority, may be individuals whose true interests lie in exploring the darkest aspects of human experience. The Curator Network had demonstrated that evil could wear a white coat, carry a medical degree, and speak the language of science and healing. They had proven that monsters could hide in plain sight for decades, using society's trust and institutional protection to access victims who had no defense against their predations. And most terrifying of all, they had shown that such operations could be organized, coordinated, and sustained on a scale that challenged everything law enforcement thought they knew about criminal behavior. The children at Riverside Elementary in Thornfield, Massachusetts, went missing during recess. Not all at once, nothing dramatic that would trigger immediate alarms. Just one here, one there, over the course of 6 weeks in the spring of 1982. Teachers assumed they had wandered off to use the bathroom or visit the nurse's office. By the time anyone realized these children weren't coming back, 11 students between the ages of 6 and 9 had simply vanished from the playground. What made the disappearances particularly unsettling was their precision. Security cameras showed the children walking calmly toward the school's rear exit, always alone, always during the busiest part of recess when teachers were distracted by playground disputes or minor injuries. The children didn't appear frightened or coerced. They walked with purpose, as if they had somewhere important to be. The man responsible for these disappearances didn't look like a predator. Dr. Martin Wessler was the school district's beloved pediatric counselor, a soft spoken professional who had been helping troubled children for over 15 years. Parents trusted him completely. Teachers relied on his expertise. Children felt safe in his presence because Martin had a gift for making them feel special, chosen, important. Martin Eugene Wessler was born in 1934 in rural Vermont, the son of a Methodist minister who preached that children were closer to God than adults, that their innocence made them conduits for divine communication. Martin grew up believing that children possessed something magical that was lost as they aged, something pure that could be captured and preserved if you knew the right methods. His interest in child psychology began during graduate school at Harvard, where he studied under researchers, exploring the boundaries between normal and exceptional childhood development. Martin's thesis focused on what he called spiritual precocity, the phenomenon of children who displayed unusual wisdom or insight beyond their chronological age. He theorized that some children were born with heightened spiritual awareness that gradually diminished as they matured. Martin's early work was legitimate, even groundbreaking. He developed assessment techniques for identifying gifted children who might otherwise go unrecognized. His methods helped schools provide appropriate resources for students whose intellectual or emotional needs weren't being met by standard curricula. Martin became known as an advocate for exceptional children, someone who understood their unique challenges and potential. But Martin's research gradually shifted from identification to preservation. He became obsessed with the idea that childhood's spiritual essence could be maintained indefinitely if the right interventions were applied at the optimal developmental stage. He began experimenting with techniques designed to prevent what he saw as the corrupting influence of adolescence and adulthood. Martin's first attempts involved psychological conditioning. He would work with selected children over extended periods, using hypnosis and guided meditation to reinforce their sense of wonder and innocence. The sessions were presented as advanced therapeutic techniques designed to help gifted children cope with their exceptional abilities. Parents were told their children were receiving cutting edge treatment that would help them reach their full potential. The children Martin selected shared certain characteristics. They were highly intelligent, but emotionally vulnerable, often from families dealing with divorce or financial stress. They were isolated at school, either because of their academic abilities or social awkwardness. Most importantly, they were hungry for adult attention and validation, making them receptive to Martin's particular brand of guidance. Martin's conditioning sessions took place in a specially designed room in the school's basement that he called the sanctuary. The space was decorated with soft lighting, comfortable furniture, and what Martin described as spiritual artwork created by previous young clients. Children who visited the sanctuary felt special, chosen to participate in something important and exclusive. During these sessions, Martin would guide children through exercises designed to access what he called their eternal selves. He taught them meditation techniques that induced altered states of consciousness, claiming these states allowed direct communication with divine forces. Children would report vivid visions, profound insights, and feelings of cosmic connection that Martin carefully documented in detailed case files. But Martin's true objective wasn't therapeutic. He was studying the children's responses to determine the optimal moment for what he privately called spiritual preservation. Martin believed that each child had a brief window during which their innocence reached perfect intensity before beginning its inevitable decline toward adult corruption. His challenge was identifying that moment and acting before it passed. Martin's preservation process began with intensive conditioning designed to make children completely dependent on his guidance. He would convince them that they were special beings with important missions that only he understood. He taught them that the outside world was dangerous and corrupting, that their families and friends couldn't comprehend their true nature. Only Martin could protect their gifts from contamination. The children who disappeared from Riverside Elementary had all been through Martin's conditioning program. They walked toward the school's rear exit because Martin had taught them that was the path to their destiny, their chance to preserve their spiritual essence before it could be corrupted by growing up. They believed they were embarking on a sacred journey that would allow them to remain pure forever. Martin's preservation facility was located in an abandoned monastery 20 miles outside Thornfield. He had purchased the property through a shell corporation, claiming he planned to establish a retreat center for gifted children. The monastery's remote location and soundproof construction made it ideal for Martin's purposes. Local authorities rarely visited the area, and the nearest neighbors were miles away. Inside the monastery, Martin had created what he called the Eternal Garden. The facility was designed to maintain children in a permanent state of innocence through a combination of psychological conditioning, pharmaceutical intervention, and complete isolation from external influences. Children lived in individual cells decorated like fairy tale bedrooms, each one equipped with monitoring devices that tracked their emotional and physiological states. Martin's preservation technique involved gradually reducing the children's awareness of linear time and physical reality. He used a combination of psychotropic drugs and sensory manipulation to create a dreamlike state that he claimed was closer to divine consciousness than normal waking awareness. Children existed in a perpetual present moment, experiencing what Martin described as eternal childhood. The preserved children were kept in states that resembled prolonged lucid dreaming. They remained conscious but disconnected from their physical bodies and external environment. Martin monitored their brain activity constantly, adjusting drug combinations to maintain optimal levels of spiritual awareness while preventing psychological deterioration. He documented everything, believing he was conducting groundbreaking research into the nature of consciousness and innocence. Martin visited each child daily, conducting what he called purity assessments. He would evaluate their spiritual condition, looking for signs that adult contamination might be seeping into their preserved state. Children who maintained perfect innocence received rewards and special attention. Those who showed signs of aging or corruption were subjected to additional conditioning designed to restore their spiritual purity. The investigation that eventually exposed Martin began when a parent noticed something unusual about her daughter's behavior. 8-year-old Sarah Chien had been participating in Martin's counseling program for several months when she started speaking about the sanctuary and her special mission to remain pure forever. Sarah's mother, a psychology professor at a nearby university, recognized signs of systematic conditioning that had nothing to do with legitimate therapy. Dr. Lisa Chen began investigating Martin's background and discovered inconsistencies in his credentials. While Martin did hold legitimate degrees in child psychology, his research history revealed an obsession with preserving childhood innocence that went far beyond professional interest. Dr. Chen also noticed that several children who had worked with Martin had developed similar behavioral patterns, speaking about spiritual missions and the corruption of the adult world. When Dr. Chen approached school administrators with her concerns, she was told that Martin's methods were confidential and that she lacked the expertise to evaluate his therapeutic techniques. Frustrated by the school's response, she began documenting Martin's activities independently, recording conversations with her daughter and other children who had participated in his program. The breakthrough came when Dr. Chen discovered that Martin had been conducting unauthorized drug tests on children during his therapy sessions. Blood work revealed traces of psychotropic compounds that had no legitimate therapeutic application in pediatric psychology. Dr. Chen contacted federal authorities, providing evidence that Martin was drugging children under the guise of advanced therapy. The FBI investigation revealed Martin's connection to the missing children through security footage that showed him in the school building during each disappearance. When agents obtained warrants to search the abandoned monastery, they found Martin's preservation facility in full operation. 11 children were discovered in various stages of psychological conditioning, kept in drug-induced states that Martin claimed represented eternal innocence. The rescued children required extensive medical and psychological treatment to recover from Martin's conditioning. Most had been so thoroughly indoctrinated that they initially resisted rescue efforts, believing that returning to the outside world would corrupt their spiritual purity. Several children never fully recovered, remaining in institutional care for the rest of their lives due to permanent psychological damage from prolonged drug exposure and sensory manipulation. Martin Wessler was arrested without resistance. Like other members of what investigators suspected was a larger network, he showed no understanding that his actions were criminal. During interrogation, he spoke about his preservation work with scientific pride, describing breakthroughs he believed would revolutionize humanity's understanding of consciousness and spiritual development. The trial revealed the full scope of Martin's operation. Prosecutors presented evidence of systematic child abuse conducted under the guise of psychological research. Martin's detailed case files documented years of conditioning and drugging children, treating their psychological manipulation as a scientific experiment in preserving innocence. Defense attorneys argued that Martin suffered from delusional disorders that prevented him from recognizing the criminal nature of his actions. Martin was convicted on 11 counts of kidnapping and child endangerment. He was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Even after conviction, Martin continued writing research proposals from his cell, offering to conduct studies on childhood development that he claimed would benefit humanity. Prison officials intercepted numerous letters addressed to child psychology journals, all describing experiments that would require access to vulnerable subjects. Martin died in prison in 1998, still maintaining that his preservation research represented a breakthrough in understanding human consciousness. His cell was found filled with notebooks containing detailed plans for expanded facilities that could accommodate hundreds of children in permanent states of spiritual preservation. The notebooks revealed that Martin had seen his Thornfield operation as merely a pilot program for something much larger. But Martin's twisted research was just one example of how predators could use institutional authority to access vulnerable victims. In the same decade that Martin was preserving childhood innocence in Massachusetts, another killer was operating with a completely different motivation 3,000 miles away. This one didn't see children as vessels of spiritual purity. He saw them as raw material for something far more disturbing. The art galleries of San Francisco's Mission District displayed some unusual sculptures during the autumn of 1984. Small figures carved from what appeared to be ivory or bone, each one depicting children in poses that suggested movement frozen at the moment of perfect grace. The sculptures were hauntingly beautiful, created by an anonymous artist who signed his work only with a small spiral symbol. Gallery owners couldn't identify the artist despite numerous inquiries. The sculptures appeared overnight, left on doorsteps or windowsills with no accompanying documentation. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, suggesting years of training in classical sculpture techniques. But something about the pieces made viewers uncomfortable, though most couldn't articulate exactly what disturbed them about the beautiful figures. The artist responsible for these sculptures called himself simply the Carver, though his real name was Benjamin Cross. Born in 1940 in rural Montana, Benjamin had grown up on a ranch where death was a daily reality. Cattle died in harsh winters, horses broke legs and had to be shot. Predators killed livestock that had to be buried or burned. Benjamin learned early that death was simply another natural process, no different from birth or growth. Benjamin's artistic talents emerged during high school when an art teacher noticed his exceptional skill with wood carving. He could transform rough blocks of pine or oak into figures so lifelike they seemed ready to move. His specialty was capturing motion in static form, creating sculptures that suggested the split second before or after significant action. Teachers encouraged him to pursue art as a career, believing he had genuine talent that could be developed professionally. After graduating, Benjamin moved to San Francisco to study sculpture at the California College of the Arts. He excelled in his classes, particularly those focusing on classical techniques and human anatomy. But Benjamin's interests gradually shifted from traditional subjects to something more specific. He became obsessed with capturing what he called the moment of transition, the precise instant when movement changed from one state to another. Benjamin's early professional work involved commissioned sculptures for parks and public buildings. His pieces were well received, praised for their dynamic quality and emotional impact. But Benjamin grew frustrated with the limitations of traditional materials like bronze and marble. He felt they were too cold, too artificial to capture the essence of living movement he was trying to preserve. The breakthrough came when Benjamin discovered that bone could be carved with extraordinary precision while retaining organic qualities that metal and stone lacked. He began experimenting with animal bones acquired from butcher shops and veterinary clinics, developing techniques for cleaning and preparing the material for carving. The results were sculptures that seemed to pulse with life, even in their static state. But animal bones still wasn't sufficient for Benjamin's artistic vision. He needed material that had once been part of truly dynamic movement, bones that had supported the kind of graceful motion he was trying to capture in his work. Children moved with an unconscious grace that adults had lost, a natural fluidity that Benjamin believed could be preserved in their skeletal structure. Benjamin's first victim was a 7-year-old girl named Maria Santos, who disappeared from a playground in the Mission District in March 1983. Maria had been playing alone on the swings when witnesses saw her talking to a man who appeared to be sketching children at play. The man was well dressed, polite, carrying artist supplies that suggested he was working on a legitimate project. When Maria's mother looked for her an hour later, both the girl and the artist were gone. Benjamin had approached Maria claiming to be a sculptor, working on a piece about childhood happiness. He told her that her movement on the swings was perfect for his project, that he needed to study her motion more closely to capture it accurately in his work. Maria was flattered by the attention, proud to be chosen as a model for important art. She followed Benjamin willingly, believing she was participating in something beautiful and meaningful. Benjamin's studio was located in an industrial building south of downtown San Francisco, a space he had converted into a workshop equipped with everything necessary for his specialized art form. The studio contained carving tools, cleaning equipment, and preparation areas where Benjamin could process his raw materials according to techniques he had developed through years of experimentation. Maria's death was quick and carefully planned to preserve the integrity of her skeletal structure. Benjamin used methods that minimized damage to the bones while ensuring the child experienced minimal suffering. He saw himself as an artist, not a sadist, someone whose work required respect for his materials and subjects. The killing was simply a necessary step in the creative process, no different from preparing canvas or mixing paint. Benjamin's carving process took weeks to complete. He would clean and prepare each bone individually, studying its structure and determining how it could best contribute to the final sculpture. Maria's remains became three separate pieces, each one capturing a different aspect of childhood movement. Benjamin displayed the finished sculptures in his studio, proud of work he considered his artistic breakthrough. Over the following 18 months, Benjamin killed 9 more children in the Mission District and surrounding neighborhoods. Each victim was selected based on their movement patterns, the grace and fluidity they displayed during normal activities. Benjamin would observe potential subjects for days or weeks, studying their motion until he identified the perfect moment to approach them with his artist persona. The children who became Benjamin's victims were chosen for their exceptional kinetic qualities. A boy whose running form showed perfect athletic coordination, a girl whose dancing displayed natural rhythm and balance. Benjamin saw these children as living art waiting to be preserved, their movement patterns too beautiful to be lost to the passage of time and the awkwardness of maturation. Benjamin's sculptures gained recognition in San Francisco's art community despite their anonymous nature. Gallery owners displayed them prominently, critics wrote favorable reviews, and collectors began seeking similar pieces. The mysterious artist's work was praised for its emotional intensity and technical excellence. No one suspected that the beautiful ivory like figures were carved from the bones of murdered children. The investigation that eventually exposed Benjamin began when a forensic anthropologist named Dr. Patricia Wells examined one of the sculptures at the request of a curious gallery owner. Dr. Wells immediately recognized that the material wasn't ivory or synthetic bone as everyone assumed. The microscopic structure was unmistakably human, specifically the bone tissue of a young child. Dr. Wells contacted police, who began investigating the source of the sculptures. The spiral signature on each piece became a crucial clue, leading investigators to art supply stores where they found records of a customer who regularly purchased specialized carving tools under the name Benjamin Cross. When agents searched Benjamin's studio, they discovered evidence of his complete operation. The studio contained detailed sketches of missing children, photographs documenting their movement patterns, and notes describing their suitability for specific artistic projects. Most horrific were the preparation areas where Benjamin processed his materials, equipped with industrial cleaning equipment and tools designed for separating flesh from bone. The space revealed the full scope of Benjamin's operation and the methodical precision with which he had been killing children. Benjamin was arrested while working on his latest sculpture, carved from the remains of an 8-year-old boy who had disappeared 2 weeks earlier. Benjamin showed no remorse during arrest, instead expressing frustration that his work had been interrupted before completion. He spoke about his sculptures with artistic pride, describing techniques he had developed for capturing motion in static form. During interrogation, Benjamin explained his artistic philosophy with disturbing calm. He saw his work as preserving something beautiful that would otherwise be lost to time. Children's natural grace would disappear as they matured into awkward adolescents and rigid adults. Benjamin believed he was saving their perfect movement for eternity, creating art that captured the essence of childhood motion in permanent form. The trial became a sensation when details of Benjamin's artistic methods were revealed. Prosecutors presented evidence of systematic child murder conducted for the purpose of creating sculptures from human remains. Benjamin's detailed artistic notes documented years of stalking and killing children, treating their deaths as necessary steps in his creative process. Defense attorneys argued that Benjamin suffered from severe artistic delusions that prevented him from understanding the criminal nature of his actions. Benjamin Cross was convicted on 10 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. On death row, he continued creating art using whatever materials were available, carving soap figures, and drawing detailed sketches of potential sculptures. Prison officials confiscated hundreds of drawings that still showed Benjamin was planning artistic projects that would require access to human subjects. Benjamin was executed by lethal injection in 1993. His final statement was a request that his sculptures be preserved in a museum where future generations could appreciate his artistic innovations. The request was denied, and all evidence from his studio was destroyed under court order. The anonymous sculptures that had once decorated San Francisco galleries were quietly removed and destroyed as well. The case files on Benjamin Cross revealed something that investigators found particularly disturbing. Hidden among his artistic notes were letters from individuals who claimed to appreciate his work and understand his artistic vision. The correspondence suggested that Benjamin had been part of a larger community of individuals who viewed murder as a form of artistic expression, people who saw human beings as raw materials for creative projects. One letter writer, who signed themselves only as the curator, praised Benjamin's technical innovations and suggested collaboration on larger artistic projects. The curator claimed to be coordinating similar artists across the country, people who shared Benjamin's vision of death as a medium for creative expression. The letters contained detailed discussions of artistic techniques and methods for acquiring suitable materials without detection. The FBI investigation into Benjamin's correspondence revealed connections to other unsolved cases involving missing children and unusual artistic displays. Several cities reported discoveries of anonymous sculptures or installations that appeared to incorporate human remains. The pattern suggested a network of artist killers who were sharing techniques and coordinating their activities under the curator's guidance. But despite extensive investigation, the curator and other network members were never identified. The letters had been mailed from different locations across the country, making them impossible to trace. The artistic community that Benjamin had been part of vanished as completely as if it had never existed, leaving only questions about how many other artist killers might still be operating under the guise of legitimate creative work. The legacy of Benjamin Cross extends beyond his immediate victims. The case fundamentally changed how law enforcement investigates crimes involving artistic or creative elements, leading to new protocols for examining unusual artworks that might incorporate human remains. It also highlighted the vulnerability of children to artistic authority to gain predators who use trust and access to vulnerable subjects. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Benjamin's case was how his work had been celebrated by the artistic community before its true nature was discovered. Gallery owners, critics, and collectors had praised sculptures carved from the bones of murdered children, finding beauty in art created through the most horrible means imaginable. The case proved that evil could hide behind aesthetic beauty, that the most disturbing crimes could be disguised as high art. And somewhere, in cities across the country, other artist killers may still be operating under the curator's coordination. The network had proven that murder could be organized around creative principles, that killing could be elevated to the status of artistic expression. The possibility that such networks continue to operate represents a nightmare scenario that challenges fundamental assumptions about art, creativity, and human nature. The files buried in the basement of the Detroit Police Department contain photographs that most officers refuse to look at twice. Images of crime scenes so methodically arranged, so precisely orchestrated, that they looked more like museum displays than murder sites. Each victim positioned with mathematical accuracy, their belongings organized according to patterns that took investigators months to decode. The man behind these tableaux called himself an efficiency expert, and for 12 years, Leonard Hayes turned killing into a science. Leonard Marcus Hayes was born in 1951 in suburban Detroit, the son of an assembly line supervisor at Ford Motor Company. His father brought the factory home with him every night, timing dinner conversations, organizing household chores according to productivity charts, treating family life like another manufacturing process that could be optimized for maximum efficiency. Leonard learned early that everything could be improved if you just applied the right systematic approach. By age 10, Leonard was reorganizing his bedroom according to time and motion studies he'd read about in his father's industrial engineering magazines. He timed how long it took to complete various tasks, calculated optimal pathways between furniture, even developed filing systems for his schoolwork that eliminated wasted movements. Teachers found his organizational skills impressive but strange for a child his age. Leonard's obsession with efficiency followed him through college, where he studied industrial psychology and systems analysis. His thesis explored what he called human resource optimization, examining how people's daily routines could be streamlined to eliminate unnecessary actions and thoughts. Leonard believed that most human suffering came from inefficiency, that people's lives were chaotic because they hadn't learned to organize themselves properly. After graduation, Leonard worked as a consultant for manufacturing companies, helping them improve worker productivity and reduce operational waste. He was exceptionally good at his job, identifying bottlenecks and inefficiencies that had eluded other experts for years. But Leonard gradually became frustrated with the limitations of his work. He could optimize factory processes, but he couldn't fix the fundamental inefficiency of human nature itself. Leonard's transition from consultant to killer began with what he saw as a revelation. In 1978, while analyzing workflow patterns at a chemical plant, he realized that the workers' personal problems were creating systemic inefficiencies that couldn't be solved through process improvements alone. Divorce, illness, addiction, depression, these human complications were introducing variables that disrupted optimal performance, no matter how well the systems were designed. The solution, Leonard concluded, was to eliminate the problematic variables entirely. People whose personal lives created inefficiencies needed to be removed from the system, the same way defective parts were removed from an assembly line. Leonard began identifying individuals whose existence he calculated was creating net negative value for society's overall efficiency. Leonard's first victim was a co-worker named Robert Martinez, who had been missing work frequently due to what he claimed were family problems. Leonard determined that Robert's absences were costing the company approximately 37 hours of productivity per month, creating a ripple effect that reduced overall team efficiency by 12%. From Leonard's perspective, Robert had become a system failure that required correction. Leonard approached the killing with the same methodical planning he used for industrial consulting projects. He studied Robert's daily routines, identified optimal intervention points, calculated the most efficient methods for elimination and disposal. Leonard saw this not as murder, but as quality control, removing a defective component that was disrupting system performance. The killing itself was quick and precise. Leonard used industrial chemicals acquired through his consulting work, substances that would eliminate Robert efficiently while minimizing cleanup requirements. He arranged Robert's body in his apartment according to what Leonard called optimal termination positioning, organizing the scene to provide maximum informational value for anyone who discovered it. Leonard documented everything. He photographed the scene from multiple angles, recorded the exact time of death, noted the efficiency metrics of his elimination method. To Leonard, this wasn't a crime scene, but a case study in human resource optimization. He filed the documentation in specially designed folders, treating Robert's death as the successful completion of a systems improvement project. Over the following decade, Leonard eliminated 43 people he identified as efficiency problems in Detroit's metropolitan area. His victim selection criteria became increasingly sophisticated, incorporating algorithms that measured individuals' net contribution to societal productivity. Leonard targeted people whose personal problems were creating measurable inefficiencies: chronically late employees, accident-prone drivers, individuals with substance abuse problems that affected their work performance. Each killing was planned and executed with industrial precision. Leonard would conduct preliminary studies of potential targets, measuring their daily routines, calculating their productivity metrics, determining their overall value to the systems they participated in. Only individuals who scored below Leonard's efficiency threshold were selected for elimination. Leonard's crime scenes became increasingly elaborate as he refined his methods. Bodies were positioned according to ergonomic principles that Leonard claimed demonstrated optimal human positioning. Personal belongings were organized using industrial classification systems. Even the victim's clothing was arranged according to efficiency guidelines that Leonard had developed specifically for what he called termination documentation. The investigation that eventually caught Leonard began when Detective Maria Santos noticed patterns in what appeared to be unrelated deaths across the city. The victims had nothing obvious in common, But Santos observed that each crime scene was organized with unusual precision. Furniture was arranged according to geometric principles. Personal items were sorted using classification systems that seemed almost scientific. Santos began mapping the crime scenes, looking for connections between the organizational methods used at each location. She discovered that the arrangement patterns weren't random, but followed principles that's used in industrial engineering and workplace optimization. This led her to investigate individuals with backgrounds in efficiency consulting and systems analysis. Leonard's name appeared in Santos's research as someone who had worked with several companies where victims had been employed. When she examined his consulting records, she found detailed productivity assessments for dozens of individuals, including comprehensive analysis of their personal problems and workplace performance metrics. Many of the people Leonard had evaluated were now dead. The warrant to search Leonard's home revealed the full scope of his operation. His basement had been converted into what looked like a corporate planning center, with whiteboards covered in organizational charts that mapped Detroit's population according to efficiency criteria. Filing cabinets contained detailed dossiers on hundreds of individuals, each one evaluated according to Leonard's productivity algorithms. Most disturbing were Leonard's termination records, meticulously documented case studies of each killing he had performed. Leonard had photographed every crime scene, recorded precise timing data, and calculated efficiency metrics for his elimination methods. He treated murder like industrial quality control, measuring his success according to productivity improvements he believed his actions had achieved. Leonard was arrested while conducting surveillance on his next target, a school teacher he had determined was creating inefficiencies in the education system through excessive sick leave usage. When questioned, Leonard showed no understanding that his actions were criminal. He spoke about his eliminations with the same professional detachment he had used for consulting presentations, describing efficiency improvements and cost benefit analyses. During his trial, Leonard attempted to represent himself, using court time to present detailed statistical evidence that his eliminations had improved overall societal productivity. He brought charts and graphs documenting what he claimed were measurable improvements in workplace efficiency following his interventions. Leonard seemed genuinely confused by the court's refusal to consider his productivity data as justification for his actions. Leonard Hayes was convicted on 43 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. On death row, he continued analyzing prison systems, writing detailed reports about inefficiencies in correctional operations and proposing optimization strategies that prison officials found disturbing. His letters suggested that Leonard still viewed human problems as systems issues that could be solved through proper elimination protocols. Leonard was executed by lethal injection in 1995. His final words were a request that his efficiency research be preserved for future industrial applications. Prison officials found his cell filled with organizational charts mapping the productivity metrics of fellow inmates, suggesting that Leonard had been planning systematic eliminations even within the prison environment. But Leonard's methodical approach to murder was mild compared to what investigators discovered operating in the Pacific Northwest during the same time period. While Leonard was optimizing human resources in Detroit, Another killer was conducting what he called behavioral experiments in the forests outside Portland, Oregon. This one didn't see murder as efficiency improvement. He saw it as scientific research into human nature itself. Dr. Franklin Morse had been studying animal behavior for over 20 years when he realized that his research was fundamentally limited by ethical constraints. As a professor of behavioral psychology at Portland State University, Franklin was restricted to observing natural behaviors or conducting minor interventions that wouldn't harm his subjects. But Franklin believed that truly understanding behavior required pushing organisms beyond their normal limitations, exploring responses that only emerged under extreme stress. Franklin Eugene Morse was born in 1944 in rural Oregon, the son of a game warden who spent months at a time tracking animals through wilderness areas. Franklin learned early to observe wildlife with scientific detachment, understanding that nature operated according to principles that had nothing to do with human morality or sentiment. Animals killed to survive, competed for resources, adapted to environmental pressures through behaviors that often appeared cruel but were actually perfectly logical responses to survival challenges. Franklin's academic career focused on stress responses in animal populations, examining how different species adapted to environmental pressures like predation, resource scarcity, and territorial competition. His research was well regarded, contributing to understanding of wildlife management and conservation strategies. But Franklin gradually became frustrated with the limitations imposed by research ethics committees that prevented truly comprehensive behavioral studies. The breakthrough came in 1982 when Franklin realized that humans were simply another species whose behavioral responses could be studied using the same scientific methods he applied to animal research. Unlike animals, humans could communicate their internal experiences during stress responses, providing data that was impossible to obtain from nonverbal subjects. Franklin concluded that human behavioral research could yield insights that would revolutionize understanding of psychology and survival adaptation. Franklin's first human subject was a homeless man named David Chen, who had been living in the forest outside Portland. David represented an ideal research opportunity, an isolated individual whose disappearance was unlikely to trigger extensive investigation. Franklin approached David claiming to be conducting a study of wilderness survival skills, offering payment for participation in what he described as advanced psychological research. Franklin's research facility was located in a remote cabin 40 miles from Portland, surrounded by dense forest that provided complete privacy for his experiments. The cabin had been modified with soundproofing and specialized equipment that allowed Franklin to monitor his subjects' physiological responses during various stress conditions. Franklin had designed the facility according to scientific research standards, treating it as a legitimate laboratory for behavioral studies. Franklin's methodology involved subjecting human subjects to graduated stress conditions while documenting their behavioral, psychological, and physiological responses. He started with minor stressors, like food deprivation or sleep disruption, then gradually escalated to more extreme conditions that tested the subject's adaptive capabilities. Soap. Franklin recorded everything, treating his human subjects with the same scientific objectivity he had applied to animal research. David's responses exceeded Franklin's expectations. Unlike animal subjects, David could verbalize his internal experiences, providing detailed accounts of how different stress conditions affected his decision making, emotional regulation, and survival strategies. Franklin documented conversations that revealed psychological processes invisible in animal subjects, data that he believed would revolutionize behavioral science. The experiment continued for 3 weeks, with Franklin systematically increasing stress levels while monitoring David's adaptation strategies. Franklin was particularly interested in the point at which rational behavior broke down and subjects reverted to primitive survival responses. He documented the exact conditions that triggered what he called behavioral regression, the transformation from complex human psychology to basic animal instincts. When David finally died, Franklin felt what he described in his research notes as scientific breakthrough. He had successfully mapped the complete progression of human stress response from normal psychology to ultimate system failure. The data represented insights into human nature that had never been documented with such precision. Franklin's research expanded over the following years to include subjects representing different demographic categories. He studied how age, gender, education, and life experience affected stress responses and survival behaviors. Each experiment was designed to explore specific aspects of human behavioral adaptation, contributing to what Franklin saw as a comprehensive understanding of human nature under extreme conditions. Franklin's subject selection became increasingly systematic. He identified individuals whose disappearances would attract minimal attention: transients, runaways, people estranged from their families. Franklin approached them with research proposals that sounded legitimate, offering payment for participation in what he described as groundbreaking psychological studies that could benefit humanity. The experiments themselves evolved to test specific hypotheses about human behavioral limits. Franklin studied pain tolerance, psychological breaking points, the relationship between hope and survival motivation. He documented how subjects adapted to prolonged isolation, resource scarcity, and the constant threat of death. Franklin's research notes read like academic papers, describing human suffering with clinical detachment. Franklin's facility expanded to accommodate multiple subjects simultaneously, allowing him to study social dynamics and group survival behaviors. He observed how humans formed alliances, competed for resources, and made decisions that balanced individual survival against group cohesion. Franklin documented interactions that revealed aspects of human nature that only emerged under extreme survival conditions. The investigation that exposed Franklin began when a hiker discovered human remains in the forest near his research facility. The bones showed signs of systematic trauma that suggested prolonged torture rather than animal predation or accidental death. When investigators searched the area more thoroughly, they found evidence of multiple burial sites and a trail that led directly to Franklin's cabin. The search of Franklin's facility revealed the full scope of his research operation. The cabin contained detailed documentation of experiments conducted on dozens of human subjects over nearly a decade. Franklin's research notes described methodical torture and murder disguised as scientific inquiry, treating human beings like laboratory animals in behavioral studies that had no legitimate scientific purpose. Franklin was arrested while reviewing data from his most recent experiment. When questioned, he showed no understanding that his research was criminal, instead, expressing frustration that his scientific work had been interrupted before completion. Franklin spoke about his subjects with academic detachment, describing their responses to various experimental conditions as valuable contributions to behavioral science. During his trial, Franklin attempted to defend his actions as legitimate scientific research that advanced human knowledge. He presented his documentation as evidence of breakthrough discoveries in behavioral psychology, arguing that his methods were justified by the scientific value of his findings. Franklin seemed genuinely confused by the court's refusal to consider his research data as a valid scientific contribution. Franklin Morse was convicted on 26 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. On death row, he continued writing research proposals, offering to conduct behavioral studies using himself and other inmates as subjects. Prison officials intercepted hundreds of letters addressed to psychology journals, all describing experiments that would require systematic torture and murder of human subjects. Franklin died in prison in 2001 after being attacked by other inmates who had learned about his crimes. His cell was found filled with behavioral observations of prison life, detailed notes about inmate psychology, and survival strategies that suggested Franklin had never stopped viewing human beings as research subjects. Even facing death, he remained convinced that his work represented valuable scientific contribution rather than systematic murder. The case files on Franklin Morse revealed something that investigators found particularly disturbing about his research methods. Hidden among his scientific documentation were communications with other researchers who shared his interest in extreme behavioral studies. The correspondence suggested a network of individuals conducting similar experiments, people who viewed human beings as acceptable subjects for research that legitimate science would never approve. One frequent correspondent, who signed their letters as the Observer, praised Franklin's methodological innovations and shared data from similar experiments conducted in other locations. The Observer claimed to be coordinating research across multiple sites, gathering behavioral data from experiments that pushed human subjects beyond normal ethical boundaries. The letters contained detailed discussions of research techniques and methods for acquiring subjects without detection. The investigation into Franklin's correspondence revealed connections to other unsolved disappearances in wilderness areas across the Pacific Northwest. Several cases involved missing persons who had last been seen with individuals claiming to be conducting scientific research. The pattern suggested a network of researcher killers who were sharing methodologies and coordinating their activities under the Observer's guidance. But despite extensive investigation, the Observer and other network members were never identified. The scientific community that Franklin had been part of vanished as completely as if it had never existed, leaving only questions about how many other researcher killers might still be operating under the guise of legitimate scientific inquiry. The possibility that such networks continue to operate represents a disturbing challenge to assumptions about scientific ethics and institutional oversight. The legacy of Franklin Morse extends far beyond his immediate victims. His case highlighted the vulnerability of marginalized populations to predators who use scientific authority to gain trust and access. It also revealed how legitimate research methods could be perverted to justify systematic torture and murder, creating a veneer of academic respectability that concealed the most horrible crimes imaginable. And in research facilities and academic institutions across the country, scientists continue their work with human subjects under various forms of oversight and ethical review. Most are genuine researchers whose work advances human knowledge and improves lives. But among them, hidden behind institutional authority and scientific credentials, may be individuals whose true interests lie in exploring the darkest aspects of human behavior through methods that no ethical review board would ever approve. The question that haunts those familiar with Franklin's case isn't whether such researchers could operate again, but whether they already are. In a world where scientific research receives institutional protection and public trust, individuals with Franklin's interests could easily hide their true activities behind legitimate academic work. The tools and authority that make genuine scientific research possible also create opportunities for systematic abuse that could continue for years without detection. Dr. Franklin Morse had proven that evil could wear a lab coat, carry scientific credentials, and speak the language of academic research. He had demonstrated that monsters could hide within the scientific community for decades using institutional authority and research protocols to access victims who had no defense against their predations. And most terrifying of all, he had shown that such activities could be organized and coordinated by networks of like minded individuals who viewed human suffering as acceptable data for their twisted version of scientific inquiry. The small town of Cedar Falls, Wyoming, had always prided itself on being the kind of place where children could ride their bikes until dark and mothers never worried about leaving doors unlocked. That sense of security shattered on a humid August night in 1979 when the Morrison family returned from vacation to find their elderly neighbor, Mrs. Ethel Hartman, sitting peacefully in their living room. She was knitting a sweater, humming softly to herself, completely at ease despite the fact that she had been dead for 3 weeks. The police report filed that night described a scene that defied explanation. Mrs. Hartman's body showed no signs of decomposition. Her skin was warm to the touch, and her eyes tracked movement around the room with alert intelligence. When officers attempted to speak with her, she responded politely, but insisted that she was simply waiting for her grandson Timothy to come home from school. Timothy had been killed in Vietnam 7 years earlier. The man responsible for Mrs. Hartman's impossible condition called himself a restoration specialist, though his real name was Walter Prentice Vaughn. Born in 1932 in rural Montana, Walter had grown up in a funeral home where death was treated as a temporary inconvenience rather than a permanent ending. His father, the town mortician, had taught Walter that with the right techniques and sufficient dedication, the boundary between life and death could be made remarkably flexible. Walter's childhood was spent learning embalming techniques that went far beyond standard mortuary practices. His father had developed methods for preserving bodies that maintained not just physical appearance, but somehow retained what Walter came to understand as essential life functions. Hearts continued beating in preserved chests, Eyes tracked movement. Voices spoke through lungs no longer drew breath. To Walter, this wasn't supernatural. It was simply advanced scientific technique applied to biological systems. By his 20s, Walter had perfected preservation methods that his father had only dreamed of achieving. He could maintain a body indefinitely in a state that appeared completely alive while being technically deceased. The preserved individuals retained their memories, personalities, and ability to interact normally with the living world. Walter saw this as the ultimate victory over humanity's greatest enemy, the finality of death. Walter's first successful restoration was his own mother, who died of pneumonia in 1961. Rather than allowing her to be buried, Walter applied his preservation techniques and maintained her in their family home for over 15 years. To neighbors, she appeared to be a healthy elderly woman who simply preferred staying indoors. She would wave from windows, tend to her garden, even host bridge games with other ladies from town. No one suspected that she had been clinically dead for decades. The success with his mother convinced Walter that his techniques could benefit others who had lost loved ones to death's cruel finality. He began offering his restoration services to grieving families, though he was careful to select clients who would appreciate what he was providing and keep his methods confidential. Walter saw himself as a healer, someone who could undo death's damage and reunite families that had been torn apart by mortality. Walter's restoration process required extensive preparation and precise timing. He needed to begin treatment within hours of death using a combination of chemicals and procedures that he had refined through decades of experimentation. The process took several days to complete, during which the subject would gradually transition from death back to a form of animated existence that was indistinguishable from normal life. The restored individuals retained all their memories and personalities, but Walter discovered they also developed certain enhanced qualities. They no longer felt pain, didn't require food or sleep, and seemed to possess an otherworldly patience that allowed them to wait calmly for whatever their families needed them to do. Walter's clients were amazed by how peaceful and content their restored loved ones appeared, as if death had freed them from the anxieties and suffering that had plagued them in life. Over 18 years, Walter restored 47 individuals for families across the Mountain West. His clients came from all walks of life: ranchers who couldn't bear to lose elderly parents, mothers whose children had died in accidents, widowers who refused to accept their wives' deaths. Walter charged substantial fees for his services, but most families considered the cost insignificant compared to having their loved ones returned to them. Walter's restorations lived quietly in their family homes, maintaining the routines they had followed in life. They cooked meals they couldn't eat, watched television programs that held no meaning for them, participated in conversations about events they no longer cared about. To their families, they seemed perfectly normal. To Walter, they represented the ultimate achievement in defeating death's finality. The investigation that exposed Walter began when a social worker named Janet Morrison noticed something unusual during a routine welfare check in Cedar Falls. She had been visiting elderly residents to ensure they were receiving proper care when she encountered Mrs. Hartman, who had supposedly been receiving grief counseling following her grandson's death. But according to Morrison's records, Mrs. Hartman had died 3 weeks earlier. Morrison's inquiry revealed that Mrs. Hartman's death certificate had been filed with the county, but her body had never been buried. Her family claimed she had recovered from her illness and was doing well at home. When Morrison visited the Hartman residence, she found an elderly woman who appeared healthy but seemed strangely disconnected from current events. Mrs. Hartman spoke about her grandson as if he were still alive, insisted that it was still 1972, and showed no awareness that years had passed. Morrison contacted federal authorities when she discovered that similar cases were occurring throughout the region. Families were reporting miraculous recoveries from terminal illnesses. Elderly relatives who had supposedly died were being seen around towns months later, and death certificates were being filed, but no burials were taking place. The pattern suggested systematic fraud, but the nature of the deception was unlike anything investigators had encountered. These are the killers who haunt the margins of criminal history, the monsters who operated in shadows so deep that even decades later, their names remain whispered only in classified files and investigators' nightmares. They prove that evil doesn't always announce itself with headlines or documentaries. Sometimes it hides behind white coats and institutional authority, behind helping hands and trusted faces, behind the very systems we depend on to keep us safe. The most terrifying truth revealed by these cases isn't that such killers existed, but that they may still exist. In hospitals and schools, research facilities, and small towns across the country, predators may be operating with the same methodical precision, the same chilling normalcy that allowed their predecessors to hunt for decades without detection. The networks, the coordination, the systematic approach to human suffering, none of that knowledge simply disappeared when these killers were caught. Evil learned to organize itself, to wear respectable faces, to speak the language of science and healing and progress. And once that knowledge existed, it couldn't be completely eliminated. Somewhere in sealed files and classified reports, the full scope of these horrors remains hidden, too disturbing for public knowledge, too dangerous for widespread understanding. The most evil killers you've never heard of may not be historical curiosities at all. They may be tomorrow's headlines, waiting patiently in the shadows for their moment to emerge.